to fix to get an idea of how to do some pathing ideas because otherwise originally the game was going to be even longer between the fire and the water temples. Otherwise,
Huh.
Hey everyone,
howdy.
Ha!
how's it looking, Shrine?
Let me see. Let me see. I warn you now, Paul's
I
getting
can see
high.
things. I can see things.
Can you
Okay,
move?
what kind of things?
I can move.
Okay, good.
Let me make sure I can open up my sheet. I can open.
Are you moving? I don't see you moving.
Oh,
I saw it move.
I moved like.
Oh, okay. Ah, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Then.
Where the
All
fuck
right.
is my
Waiting on
Adderall?
Rattles now.
Hold on, I'm getting high.
So how's everyone's Sunday so far?
Busy.
It was very busy.
Oof. Yeah. I'd imagine
And
so.
My manager had a shit fit this morning, so I took over his shift because I'm like, go the fuck home. More
Yeah,
money for
retail is
me,
rough on the
and
weekend.
yep.
I hope you guys survived okay at least.
Oh yeah, and I'm off
No,
tomorrow.
It
Oh,
helped
that's good.
once we got more. It helped once we got more people in,
Yeah,
for sure.
Nice.
and then it cooled down, so I think Crystal will be okay because she just had the last 3 handoffs and then she chills till 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am signing in.
Okay. Crossed fucking fingers, because I swear to God, this is going so smooth so far.
Yeah, I've been signed in to the server since this morning.
There's a
Access
moot somewhere at Molten headquarters, like waiting to see me being happy before they fucking press the fuck up button.
That's fine. You just gotta prepare your spells.
Huh?
Unfortunately, I am not a wizard.
Multi-class.
I
I'm gonna
can't.
scream rattles.
Why?
We may have gotten the wrong one.
I swear.
No, same.
What happened?
Wrong
I
what?
told you.
No, I'm double checking to see what the order was for it because I could have sworn that I grabbed the right one. I double checked it like 3 or 4 times before I did so. I got an Apple
told
Pencil
you.
to go with my.
It's supposed to be
Okay,
a first gen.
I see Rattles' character name thing in the
I see
player list.
gray.
Okay, good. That means it's loading at least. I also put the name of this dwarven lab again in the chat because I know it's kind of a mouthful.
Ador Tlagokum.
Yep.
Gesundheit.
Oh my god, you were correct, Rattles. I thought I got. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream.
So we have 2 pens to return and an
Yep.
adapter.
No, the adapter we still need. The adapter is actually the adapter is a correct item. We need that for
So
the
we
pen.
need the first generation
We just
pen.
need a first generation pen.
And guess what?
What?
You're gonna have to wait till next Wednesday.
No, I know that. I know that. One day. One day I'll be able to use this.
I just want her to be able to use this fucking iPad so I have some reason to justify touching an Apple product.
Cannot believe.
Your pizza is done. I'm signed in and I can see everything.
Yay. Can you move? Try moving.
He
Okay,
can
good.
move.
Okay,
And
good.
let me pull up the sheet.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
Sheet
Good.
loaded. We're
Alright.
good.
Fuck yeah. All right.
Shrine just has to get her pizza.
Now, before
Yeah.
anything gets jinxed, all right, I'll wait till Shrine gets back.
Yeah, give me a sec. I will be right back.
She's getting her crusty crab pizza.
It's spinach and mushroom.
Real vegetarian sounding.
It was the first pizza on top. We just didn't care. We got a whole bunch of them just
Shrine to
stacked in.
vegetarian or something.
Nah. We just got a whole bunch of them stacked in there.
They get Arby's. There's no way Shine's a vegetarian if they're going to Arby's.
I don't know
Hey,
if they
you
got
don't know.
salads at Arby's.
She never gets salad. She gets turkey ranch.
Thought so.
I tried eating salads. I just can't do it.
See, I like Southwest salads, but I don't get a lot of them, mostly because it makes my teeth hurt after a while, so I tend to have them sparingly.
Is it the vinaigrette or?
It's because I have no teeth.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes
Like-
it is hard to eat.
Like dentures or something, or?
I have no teeth.
Oh, okay.
No teeth
well, shit.
whatsoever. I have shards of teeth because I have a degenerative disease where when my adult teeth came in, they had no enamel on them.
Oh.
Yeah.
So even brushing would damage them.
Yeah.
So
That's pretty
Yeah.
fucked.
I have to wait to get implants because Medicaid finally now covers those. It's just we've been busy and I just never put in the appointment yet.
And what's his face is trying to get rid of Medicaid.
Yeah.
He wants to do a lot of things. He
We
can
are being
suffer.
ran by a psycho.
2
Mhm.
psychos.
Yep.
Oh,
Three.
You know, my
technically
boss
3.
the other day was pissing me off, so I just left and worked from home
Mm.
again. Because he was trying to tell me how great Musk's plan was.
Yeah, that dude's brainwashed.
Yeah, I mean, he's an old white guy, and he's
Again.
rich, so,
That
you
dude's
know.
brainwashed. Yep.
Yeah. So I was just like, you know what, Mr. Bottomire, I'm not feeling too well. I'm just gonna work from home.
Okay. Her portrait is sketched out.
We're about to
Just gotta-
throw our director out the fucking window, I swear to God. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna
Is
fight
it the
him
same
live on
one that's
Twitch.
been constantly fucking up your schedule, or?
Oh, yup.
Oh, dang.
Say
Yeah,
what, Trey?
that sounds like a hassle.
Even better, one of the new employees in our .com, she came from a store that had the same director at one point. And guess what he also did there?
Also
Fucked
did
up
the
a
whole.
lot.
So it's continuous behavior, which just makes me want to throw him out the window even more.
Surprised he got a job then.
I'm just like, dude, either listen or get the fuck out.
Also, it's probably a good thing you didn't eat this pizza.
Why?
One of those ones with white sauce. I don't know if you like that.
I don't even know what that is.
Basically, instead of tomato sauce, it has like a cheese sauce.
Why wouldn't I like that? It's cheese.
It's not. Sometimes it's cream. It's weird.
Okay, well, I have Arby's, so it doesn't matter.
Also, damn, Al, you drew her so quick.
Thank you.
Al does work quickly.
Zoom, zoom,
what?
motherfucker.
All right, is everyone back?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now. Unless like lightning strikes me or something right now,
Don't.
knock on wood.
No.
Let's continue.
Don't tempt fate.
All right, so let me put
I'll
on
be
the
right
music.
back. I have to pee. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm going to turbo blast that bidet. I swear to God.
Yeah.
You're the one that suggested it to her.
I bought it for her.
Don't.
But yes. So, welcome everybody back. You know, unfortunate incident yesterday where Molten crapped itself, our host server, but now we're back. Everything seems to be working okay. Knock on wood once again. And so last we left off, after defeating the squad sent by Strahd to find sort of artifact here.
The squad.
Which included, you know, several vampire soldiers and also a half dragon, which Kanan dueled one-on-one and managed to defeat. There was a little bit of tension between Kanan and Roger, especially with, you know, Kanan not being okay with him kind of grave looting. But also,
It's fine when you all do it.
yeah, and that kind of escalated into, you know, a little moment where he and Roger had a big, deep talk over it, and they hugged. And same thing happened when Roger hugged when Roger hugged Paul. It would seem by hugging Kanan, he's imparted some of Kanan's draconic characteristics onto Roger.
Ooh, does that mean he can breathe fire?
We don't know yet now, do we?
That'd be so
Oh,
funny.
dear.
He'd be the
That
dragon.
would be funny.
Be Uncle Iroh.
Lol.
I mean, he's got the build for it.
Bard of the West.
Yes.
But yes, afterwards, you guys put together the key pieces of the artifact they were looking for, since you guys found one half. And you guys found yourselves teleported here into some sort of dilapidated, extremely destroyed lab with bloodied corpses and severed bodies everywhere. Not knowing what happened. And you saw a little hologram illusion pop up of a dwarven man of old and stately nature, indicating that this was a laboratory named Redur Tologum, and that it was funded by Strahd for some reason, which connects back to Paul reading all of those ledgers and documents stating that, you know, lots of shipments of tonics and concoctions were sent here and ingredients along with corpses in order to feed their research. And now we come back here. You guys enter what looks to be a little nest that some spiderlings have made, but you see that your bracelet starts glowing, and as a group you decided to activate it after seeing a hourglass symbol on it. And okay, cross fingers. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh. Mm.
Does everyone see the new room?
I do.
Yes.
I don't.
Uh-oh. Are you
Let
still
me
loading?
refresh. Let me refresh because whatever you did refreshed my browser.
What the fuck?
Give me a quick second.
Okay.
Max is panicking.
I'm just
I
like,
mean-
no, don't do this to me right now. Like,
Well, no, it
don't
just-
tell me something went wrong.
I could see like all of your cursors. It was just a case of it's showing a black screen, like there's no map. So
Okay.
it wasn't like, oh god, it just completely broke.
Okay. Thank God.
So I
'Cause,
don't know if
you
you
know,
want to.
on the off chance you can't see anything, you're gonna have to look through Shrine screen because my mind can't take this right now.
It's fine.
Like, I did not sleep tonight. Or last night, I mean.
God, what a mood.
Also, I'm gonna send you the updated image of Roger.
Thank you.
I just gotta get him formatted.
It'd be nice if my browser would load. Hey, Shrine.
Yes.
Would you like to share your game screen over Discord for me?
Are you serious?
That's why I'm glad I use the app.
Okay. Hold on.
Just in case, because it is taking a while to load. So I figure, you know
Okay.
what? Just might as well.
All
Yeah,
right.
maybe in the future Shrine can start using the app too. Or sorry,
Yeah,
not Shrine. Rattles.
One day, you'll stop mixing us up.
Nobody's gonna.
You
start
mixed
things
yourselves up one time.
That's true. We sure fucking did.
Yeah, I see your name on the list now, Rattles. That's a good sign at least.
Yay.
Do not perceive me.
Okay, but I'm gonna play the music for now, you know, just to get things started, since you're already looking at Shrine screen too, right?
No.
Okay.
Shrine hasn't started streaming it yet.
Look, I am trying to do like 6 things. Give me a second.
I'll
Oh,
I'll
stop.
stream it. I'll stream it on
No,
Discord. If it's
You know what? I can just look at Twitch. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but to say you
Okay.
can actually look at Twitch. That is actually an option.
there's also a slight delay on Twitch if you just want to watch it live.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay,
It's fine.
but just
Okay.
so we can get this rolling.
Here. Oh my god.
Is the music playing?
Yes.
Good.
I do not hear music. Hold on.
It's Chrono Trigger music.
Let me adjust my thing because it could be turned down. Now I can hear it. Yes.
Okay, just making sure that Rattles is ready before we continue.
Let's go. Just go. Just
Okay.
go.
All right. So, after a flash of white envelops all of you, you open your eyes and you see yourselves in what looks to be the same kind of space, but everything looks extremely different now. Instead of being a dilapidated ruin full of spiders and webs, you see a bustling, dimly lit mine filled with dwarf miners at all sides, excavating into the earth here with their pickaxes for something, not minding their own business, not seemingly not even having noticed you guys appear.
Star eyes, motherfucker.
Well, let's gonna look at the bracelet on his wrist.
The bracelet seems to not show the hourglass symbol anymore, but it does feel still charged.
That's unusual.
So I'm not sure what has happened. But something certainly seems to have happened. Hopefully the rest of you are seeing this and it's not just me going crazy.
I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what you are.
Dwarves?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. At least not any more than usual.
I don't recognize them though.
So, as you guys are reacting to what has happened, you see the excavation going on with all the dwarves are in full steam as the workers beat out a rhythm with their pickaxes. Some of them lifting stones into a cart as it draws near. And a pair of rough dwarves covered in soot and smelling vaguely of recent explosion argue over a diagram that they hold between them.
So they don't seem to notice us at all?
Not as far as you are noticed. You guys, with how close you are to them, you overhear them speaking. Hi, you got it all wrong, mate. Tarina says we gotta use the same stone we excavate from here so it blends in raw real sneaky like.
Roger's gonna lean over to Paul and be like, "Can you translate? I don't speak dwarf."
They weren't speaking dwarf.
Oh.
Yeah, for this purpose, they're basically speaking common, but with a very heavy dwarvish
Yeah,
accent.
Exactly.
accent, yeah.
That's the gag. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys can understand what they're saying.
Roger's just gonna look over and be like, "You care to translate?" like to Paul.
They're complaining about stove.
So, Paul, you see the two dwarves are holding some sort of diagram blueprint between them as they look over it in utter confusion.
He's gonna kind of shimmy his way over behind one of the dwarves to kind of look at this diagram.
All right, you can roll me an intelligence check
No, I
to see if you
can't.
can. Oh, right. I'll roll it for you. So you're rolling an intelligence check right now in order to try and figure out the diagram.
Mm-hmm.
So let me roll that. Int. Did it roll?
No.
What the f... Oh man, it's always gotta be fucking something, isn't it? Alright. I'll roll it manually and just add in modifier myself. Oh, no, there it is. Delayed. Okay, so, wait, why is the constitution being checked? Alright, so unfortunately, Rattles, you rolled a 9.
Yay.
So you don't really particularly know the specifics of the blueprint, even though you're squinting very hard to try and figure it out. However, you even though you can't memorize what you're seeing right now because you failed to check, you do notice that it's a diagram with plans for future switches in this facility that they're planning to build.
Interesting.
And from what you can see, deeper in, this room of switches looks like it connects to various locked areas of the facility.
Throw a confused look over at Roger and just kind of shrug.
Good to know someone knows what's going on.
Look, I tried.
Due to your snooping, Paul, the two dwarves just kind of finally point their heads up at you and just sort of startle themselves. Like, ah! God!
Hi.
The hell's you been nosy enough for? Ugh. You got more bodyguards around here that they hired?
Yes.
Bodyguards?
Roll it.
Swear to gods, you adventurers are a dime a dozen around here. Anyways, I mean, we gotta get our asses back to work. You should probably do the same.
What are you doing exactly?
Building a new lab, what else?
What were you yelling about a little bit earlier?
Oh, well, I mean, we're looking over the plans here. I mean, all they gave us is blueprint, and they just want us to figure it out ourselves. Basically, they want us to set up a room full of switches that would operate all the doors in this fancy little lab they're working on.
Huh.
Probably gonna take a long while. We can't finish it right away, but maybe sometime in the future.
I feel like it would be simpler to just be able to push a door normally.
He just gives you a strange look, and the other one looks at you and goes like, "Do you know how we dwarves do, friend?"
Yeah, speaking of, what kind of dwarves are you?
The hell kind of question is that? We're fucking dwarves.
Okay, you're not
Why, you got a
shield
problem with
dwarves.
that?
No, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just asking.
I said, we're good salt of the earth dwarves. And you see him like kind of hogs up a loogie and like just kind of spits it to the side.
Yeah, you're definitely dwarves, alright. So,
Anywho, enough with the chitter chatter. We gotta get back to our fucking jobs, yeah?
that was
So,
not very enlightening.
After that, you guys see that your bracelets start glowing again with the hourglass symbol. It would seem that the bracelet will not operate unless you all choose together to use it. But it looks like it can be used in this area if your team wishes. But you can also keep exploring in this particular timeline.
Well, we may as well look around and see what we can find here.
Also, in the Safe for Work art channel, you will see the new things for Roger.
Hey, dragon horns.
And his little tail
Nice.
feathers.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until next session before we swap it, but yeah, thank you for sending those.
Mhm.
Okay, so what will the team do?
Alright, so
I'm of a mind to look around before we do anything more.
this we this wasn't like us getting sent somewhere, right? This was some wind.
That's what I'm figuring.
I mean, we don't really know where we are either.
Also true.
They said they were building a facility, I imagine. If,
The one we were just in.
yeah.
Well, in any case, we may as well look around, see if there's anything we can find here that may be helpful in the normal time. I don't know what to think of it.
You guys go back through where there is no longer a door and a wall blocking you anymore, back through the area where you had once gone through a security checkpoint. This time, you breathe in air that's heavy with moisture as you pass through this place, and you see water starts dribbling down the side of this newly cut tunnel. And you see a mine cart that tracks down the middle that leads further into the darkness, where it starts echoing from the sounds of it traveling. Roger,
That is-
you try heading in that particular direction, and suddenly you get flipped back around.
Okay.
Huh?
He's gonna look at Fallman.
You see, when you look behind, you see ripples in the spatial reality before you that you had entered from and had guided you back in here.
So, some wind seems to have limits.
Unless we have to go back and forth.
Well, I mean, you try walking into that wall over there.
No, I mean like using the bracelet to go back and forth.
Maybe?
Paul's gonna walk backwards.
You walk backwards
Don't do
towards the
anything.
portal, but it still kind of flips you back, orienting towards everybody else.
Paul's on some phase shit over here.
Look,
No,
man,
he's
you don't
pretending to
know.
be... No, he's Michael Jackson.
Just moonwalks back.
You see, as you stand there, you hear another minecart seemingly travel towards your direction through you guys again. Kanan, you see that it starts heading towards you. And as it passes through, everybody can roll me a nature check if they want to try and figure out what's inside the cart.
Okay, respectable. Oh shit!
Fucking
Thomas!
hell, no. God damn it, Mel. Every time for the RP checks.
I love how you guys are yelling Thomas and no Thomas showed up on my screen. Can't believe I was
Okay,
denied
so-
Thomas.
So this thing was planned to be put in your guys' memories as like an unidentified ore, but with a nat 20 Kanan, you straight up recognized by the gleam and sheen of the rocks in there what it is. And let me go ahead and do some things here. Give me a sec. Kanan, you pluck one of the ores for yourself, and you recognize it as Leun ore.
What?
Yeah, let me identify it in your inventory. So Leun ore is shiny and gleaming with almost like amethyst purple-like colors. And you see there are about fist-sized chunks of stones that have veins of black and dark purple that pulse erratically around them. And you know from your trade as a merchant in the past that these ores don't have any use on their own, but they can be formed into an ingot, which can house various sources of energy.
Okay, so they're mining Leun ore, I guess.
I might find that interesting.
I'm
Would Paul
sure
know
she
anything
would.
about this ore?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would Paul know anything about this ore and just never seen it before?
I'm gonna say that you've just never seen it before. Like you know a lot about ores from your family, but this particular kind is rare, and you haven't really read on that yet. So right now, you guys know what Kanan just told you, which is that it seems like it's a good conductor for energies.
Paul's gonna pick one up.
Okay, I'm gonna put one in your inventory as well. I'm assuming this is all before the minecart just passes through.
Yep.
Well, that's why we're gonna do the same thing because he's curious about
Yeah.
what Maggie can do.
Everybody's just gonna take a rock.
Souvenir.
Everyone just plucking like a popcorn.
Paul's gonna
Okay.
look over at Kanan and be like, I'm sure Kyle would like something made from this.
I'm sure.
You can indeed make a Leun trinket out of it that does things.
Once it is formed into an ingot, it can be used to craft into a hidden. Interesting. Okay.
Okay. After that, you guys realize that the minecart, as it passes through the little corridor, seems to go through the little spatial distortion just fine, but it's never heard from again. Almost like a constant feedback loop as you see the minecarts just continuing to come and go.
Endless income. If it comes back around.
I wonder what would happen if we use the bracelets again.
I
Maybe
mean,
we'll end up in another some win.
do we wanna try that?
Or
Well,
do
the other room we were in, there was no other way out, and it doesn't seem like we can really proceed through that tunnel, so I don't see us having much other option.
Paul is gonna start heading back towards where the dwarves were.
Okay.
I was just gonna do the same, mostly to just check around to see if there's any other way.
And he's gonna locate those two dwarves that were yelling at each other. Wherever they are.
They're up here. You see they're busy mining into the area as is their jobs. Once you guys re-enter this room, though, or this little area, your bracelets start glowing again, and you see the hourglass symbol appear.
Huh.
Think that means we're supposed to use them?
Or it's where we can use them.
Maybe.
Also possible.
So Paul's gonna go over and he's gonna tap on one of the dwarves' shoulders.
Which one?
I don't know. Pick one.
You pick the left dwarf, and he is busy about to lift his pickaxe, and he just goes like, what do you know? Don't you know this is freaking dangerous?
I'm well aware. I have a question for you.
Yeah, what now?
What time is it?
Time? I mean, do I look like I got a sundial down here?
The date.
The gate?
The date.
The date? Huh? I mean, and then he starts listing off to you the date that would imply that this is more than decades ago.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Go back to work.
And he goes like, what a weird little Hume.
Paul's just gonna flick his tail at that a bit irritated.
Okay, what would the group do now?
Paul's gonna go over to Roger and be like, so? This is a long time ago.
Okay, like how long we talking?
Decades, maybe more.
That tracks.
Okay.
So I don't know what happens if we use the bracelet again.
Well,
We could go back to when we came from.
Well, we have to have them for a reason, right? We're supposed to be here?
yeah, weird question. Do y'all think that maybe we're not actually here?
And I mean, I could talk to them just fine.
Yeah, you can talk to them, but like, we can talk to them, we can take things, but we can't leave this place, like this location. Like, if do you think we are just seeing like something that happened, or do you think we're actually there when it's
don't- Not sure, but there is that other room that we didn't really go into. And I'm wondering if the hourglass might work, the bracelet might work in there if we return.
Possibly.
Maybe we see something else.
We can always give it a shot.
I mean, what else are we gonna do?
As it
Hang out
stands,
with
we can't-
dwarves.
As it stands, we can't really proceed anywhere from this time where we are now in this room. Yeah.
I don't think I want to hang out with these dwarves. Something's off about them anyway.
Maybe they're the Dwagar who are supporting Strahd.
They don't look like Dwagar.
So, would the group use the bracelet?
I was just gonna look over that. Kane, you ready to use your bracelet?
What?
He's just staring at a
Gonna-
wine ball.
You gonna join us? He just holds up his hand, sort of shakes it where the bracelet is, points at it. These things. Like you're gonna.
With Kanan joining in, your bracelet starts glowing even brighter.
Winston, shut up!
So, you guys activating it?
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
I don't like the way you said that.
That's always ominous.
Oh boy.
Huh.
Oh boy.
This is
Oh
different.
boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
We
You actually Chrono Trigger music.
It fits.
Yeah.
So
You guys, give me a sec. I'm so excited it works.
It's working on my end too, which is nice.
Nice. Alright, now... You guys find yourselves now blanketed in white again until you see that you are now in yet another different time within this space. You see the room laid out with several wooden picnic-like tables with plush chairs that are clustered in little groups. And you see bookshelves stacked with activities and famous writings on there. You know, just clumsy little piles of books near them as well. Groups of dwarven researchers and workers seemingly enjoying meals together. With some of them even playing games of cards and dice. You know, just socializing and having some merry times while they can. And you see a group of 4 in one of the plush chair circles is particularly laughing and drinking. The far right side of this room, you see a waist-high magical barrier that corrals people into a queue of sorts. And in this queue, as they are standing in line, you see they get sprayed with some sort of liquid before they walk through the barrier to put on protective gear. And then they step onto a platform afterwards. And you see that there are elite guards that supervise this as they check everyone's badges while they pass through.
this all looks very official.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting through that door unless we have badges.
That's one door.
Are those automatons?
Yes. You see automaton sentries lining the entrances, seemingly guarding the security processes.
Yeah, Paul looks uncomfortable now.
You see one of the sentries scrolls its eyes over towards your direction. It kind of gives like a lifeless stare.
He just gives a slight wave.
Yeah. You see it doesn't respond.
Roger, what are you doing?
Checking things out.
Look,
Following.
there's doors. Oh, there's a lot of doors.
You go through some sort of really advanced looking door where it slides open automatically, leading you through into a different corridor, one in an area you had not explored yet previously.
Again, is it so hard to just open a door manually?
Innovation?
Is this like a, it looks like a dormitory, maybe?
Maybe this is where the researchers live?
Man. These guys have a sad room.
Paul, you randomly enter into one of the rooms and find that it's some sort of dormitory space that you have found yourself in. Let me see which room you picked. Ah, number 7. So you see 2 bunk beds in there, Paul, that are shoved into the far corners of the room, with trunks and desks lining the wall between them. And you see the majority of this room, though, is taken up by a massive, partially disassembled guard golem on the side. The top half of it being on the ground next to it, its legs, with bundles of wires and cords connecting the two right now.
He's gonna look it over and then go to one of the desks to see what kind of papers are on it.
You can go ahead and do an intelligence check. Unfortunately, you look through the document and you're unable to find anything that you would be able to understand, but you see that it's some sort of document pertaining to the designs behind the guard golems that patrol this laboratory.
He's going to try to see if there's like any indication of like what kind of power source it uses.
Unfortunately, due to the intelligence check, you are unable to ascertain what it is.
Huh.
Now, in the room Roger went into, let's see what number you picked. Number 3.
Whoa.
So in that room, Roger, you see the same kind of bunk beds shoved into the wall as the ones Paul saw. But in this one, the walls are fully covered in some sort of overlapping calculations just scrawled everywhere. You see charts, etchings, and notes made with various implements like chalk, ink, and pencil, even just lead itself. And you see carvings on the wall as if they ran out of materials to write with. And you see papers start lining the floor as well in a chaotic mess in one side of the room. And on them, you see frantic writing that goes off at odd angles and spirals in on itself.
Well, this is ominous. He wants to check and see if he can figure out like literally anything about what's being said on these pages.
You can roll for an investigation check.
Okay.
Would you like to keep that check?
Well, I would love to know what my check was because it didn't show me.
Oh,
a
it's
nat
nat
one.
1.
Oh my god! Hold on. Let's try that one more time. I'll burn a luck point for it.
Okay, not 19, so 21.
Okay. Yep. So you tried to decipher the mad scrollings, having some experience with mad scrollings from your experience in the red ocean waters from before when everybody was, going mad. And with you included, having scrawled in the notebook. And you see that they're written recently by one of the researchers in this facility. They speak of through several days of just digging farther and farther into the earth for their research into a powerful source of magic that they found. And they call it the Black Void. And you see that over time, each day he records the status of his mind starts to decay as he starts either misspelling or repeating several words over and over again. As he just repeats, it's sapping away into nothingness. It's eating away at me. I can't think straight. Mama, please. I can't. And then it just goes off from there over and over again until it's undecipherable, just scratches.
Roger's gonna look over at Paul. And he's gonna be like, okay, now listen to me very carefully.
Uh-huh.
But these fellas trying to dig for a power source, a magical power source. You do not want anything to do with this magical power source, mister. I'll just walk into places. But
Hey!
but
What kind of power source?
he's just gonna look at Paul.
No, I'm being serious. What kind of power source?
It's some kind of magical power source. So what? So the Black Void was what it was called. Max?
Sorry, say that again?
It was the Black Void, right? Is what it's called.
Yes.
Just the Black Void, and I mean, look at this. And he's just gonna show him the paper. It don't seem to be good for your brain. We'll put it that way.
I don't even know if the doors here are here because they want to be. But this doesn't sound good either.
Yeah, none of this sounds good.
Okay, so why are we being shown this?
I don't know.
Where'd the others go?
I don't know that either.
And
Roger's gonna
you
pocket the
stand
paper though.
with before one of the dormitory rooms, and you hear a particular voice in your head speak through, though his voice is more faint than before for some reason. Well, this is a real. Sorry, excuse me. What is a real mess you've gotten us into, grandson? You there, Mel?
No.
My mic was muted. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, did you hear what I said, or do you want me to repeat it?
Just repeat it, please.
Okay. You stand before one of the dormitory rooms looking in, and then you hear an unwelcome voice in your head again, though for this time, for some reason, the voice is more faint than it was before. Well, isn't this just a fine mess you've gotten us into, then, grandson?
What do you want?
I want to know what the hells you're doing in this place. Even for me, the magics in here are twisted.
I don't know. I don't even want to be here.
Well, whatever it is you're doing in here, make sure you find a way out quick, because what I can sense isn't what you're gonna like.
Okay.
He looks, he almost sounds offended. He goes like, so stiff now. Is that all because you got a bear hug from that one insolent little tiefling?
I don't care anymore.
He goes like, oh boy, despondency. Fine, have it your way then. Just go off to your doom. There's at least one other candidate I can work with anyway.
I don't care.
And then you just see the voice just derails in your mind off into a small little wicked laugh. So, what will Kanan do now?
She's gonna wait everybody to finish because he doesn't really want to mess with anything.
Okay. So, Falmouth, the room you enter in, let's see, room number 2. So you see, the same as before with the other rooms that have been explored, the 2 bunk beds against the walls. But you see that there are large desks that are haphazardly stacked with books and papers. And you see 4 small trunks that sit at the foot of the bunk beds.
He's gonna look at the books first.
When you scan through the books, you see sketches and schematics that have annotations made on it with rough handwriting. But you see all the annotations are smudged, almost as if it was made hastily by hand. The schematics just seem to be littered now with frustrated tirades and notes from whoever wrote this down, saying that, not enough, or too long, or can't be cylindrical, and you say need more necrotic energy. So, in the room that Roger and Paul are in now, room number 4, unlike the others with a bunk bed, you see this one is structured less like a dorm room and more like a tiny little apartment. There's a single large bed in there with loose curtains that form a privacy screen around it, though right now it's currently parted. You see paintings and pictures of a humanoid golden finch and a scrawny male half giant depicted on there. And you see them in the pictures as you scan through them in different. These 2 figures are in different settings, often laughing or holding hands. And you see one picture placed prominently, looking like a couple, which are the 2 figures, holding hands and jumping over a fire together.
Once again, Paul's gonna look at the papers.
You look through the papers and you see, again, more designs based on the excavation that's going on for this lab's purpose. Well, from what you can tell, it's classic dwarven excavating procedure for harvesting magical materials, and also just hazardous materials in general. But this time, you see that the timetables are pushed to a point where it is almost impossible to deliver unless they took more drastic and unsafe measures.
What in the hells were they doing?
Roger's gonna sort of be puzzling over the paintings. Just trying to sort of figure out, seeing if he can sort of glean anything from them, anything about what this pair is, or aside from being a couple, if there's anything else that he can.
You can notice that the half giant is a male, and there's a humanoid golden finch with him, as the other in the coupling. And aside from the picture of them jumping over a fire, you see that they were actually quite happy together. And that this room strangely, is more neat and less messy than the others.
Roger wants to take a look. Roger's first going to glance over at Paul and just be like, so is it desecrating if I go poking around through their belongings?
Paul's gonna look at him confused for a minute.
Roger's just gonna grin.
Wait, what?
Is it? Oh, am I gonna be desecrating anything if I'm poking around in their drawers?
I mean, we don't.
What
I
was
don't even
that?
know if they're dead. Sure, why not?
Roger's gonna go ahead and like take a look, like actually start to look through the drawers to see if there's anything that he can kind of like. He wants to see if the people in these paintings are possibly the people actually associated with this room, or if there's some sign these are dwarves here.
You can go ahead and roll for an investigate. See how well you do. Ooh, shit.
Sure wish I could see my checks.
Nat
Nat
20.
20.
It's a 20.
Oh shit!
You went from Nat 1 earlier to a Nat 20. My god, you guys with the Nat 20s today. You look through the cupboards and the drawers, you just find clothing. However, you do see, or at least find, a note that would indicate that it is from the owner of this room, and you see the words access code for lift needed, still broken, need to get repairman on job.
Did you find anything?
Well, apparently there's an access code that they do not currently have. I mean, I don't have the code itself, but he's just gonna show me the note.
Your mind then brings you back to the room that you were in before, with the small little queue forming there, and you find out in your own memories that it is actually a queue leading to some sort of lift, as far as the notes that you've been able to find in the drawer would indicate.
Roger's gonna kind of look at it and just be like, think this is why they're using badges if they don't have the code?
Could be.
You continue to search through, and you find more information, thanks to your freaking Nat 20. That in order to get to the lift, some things are required. Now, the first thing for the lift, as far as you can tell, is to somehow repair it, and then to get the access code, and then to somehow get your hands on those protective suits that they had to get on when they get through security with the ID card pass.
Oh, this looks like it's gonna be fun. I mean, if we're even gonna go there,
I think we kind of have to.
possibly.
Guess we could see if the others have any luck.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Olmeth, as you view through the room, you eventually find one note of worth. You see that there a note for spare parts for mechanical needs, and you see that there seem to be separated into different spaces, though you can see one is set in a room on this floor, past the room where you had left. The rec room with the cafeteria lunches. But the other parts, you see notes on them that write TBA.
Okay, that's somewhat interesting. Also, could you just give me a reminder of what he initially found in this room first? You mentioned necrotic energies, but I'm kind of facing.
Yeah, so you look through the notes and you see, or you saw, that in their excavation notes and designs for this place, there are several annotations that look like they were scrawled and smudged out of frustration. The annotated notes, as you read them, read, things such as too long or not quick enough or can't be cylindrical, when with arrows pointing to several devices that head into some sort of excavating point.
Roger in the far distance. That's a dildo.
And you can see also on the bottom that this excavation area can only be accessed by a lift through the rec room.
Okay.
Balmeth, you go out the door and reunite with Paul and Kanan.
Find anything useful?
Potentially. First thing I found was some notes with drawings and diagrams of devices that were used, and mentioning of an excavation site, which is accessed through the lift that we saw, I guess, through the queue. It leads into an area that's full of necrotic energy, and the other thing I found was a list of spare parts for repairs. It noted that they were put into different separate areas. Some of them were put into another room, I guess just past the room we were initially in, that recreational room. And the others just says to be announced.
Repair parts for what?
Not sure.
Well, we found a room where we think some folks went crazy. And we found a note similar talking about a lift. Apparently the lift is broken, and something about an access code.
So it's looking like we'll need to find the following. We'll need to find the parts that were mentioned to fix the lift. We will need to find badges to be able to get through the security and be able to get the, I guess, protective equipment to not be completely killed in the necrotic energies. And we'll also need an access code that was mentioned.
Would be a good time to write things down if anyone wants to.
So I guess we're in the middle of a scavenger hunt.
And I still don't know why.
So while that's happening, Roger, you entered the 8th room.
Yeah, he specifically saw like the torn up papers on the floor.
Yeah, so give me a sec. So in this room, when you enter it, the faint smell of charcoal hits your nose before you notice there's a black charred line that splits the room in half across the floor. And I mean like perfectly in half. Like the symmetry is something to be impressed by. And then you see a large unmade bed that's been shoved to the far left corner. And on the right side, you see a pile of blankets and pillows that have been hastily shoved under a desk. You see a small pile of torn pieces of paper that sits in a pile next to the desk as well.
Yeah, he wants to take a look at the torn up pieces of paper, and possibly, like, I see that there's pictures around. Yeah?
Yeah, so, one at a time, for the pictures, when you parse through them, you seem to find torn up pictures of a laughing female dwarf and a buff female gnome scattered onto the floor. And when you examine the paper pieces, can you roll for me for a performance check?
A performance check.
Interesting.
So, using a little bit of your uh, intuitive skills here, you take a moment to put the pieces of, the papers and pictures together, and you notice that a few are missing now. And it shows you a completed picture of the laughing female dwarf and buff female gnome. And in one of the pictures is them picnicking in a lab, and another is one of them covered in grime and grease up to their elbows in a guard golem that they're working on. And the last one you see is them standing facing each other in a marriage ceremony.
He's gonna sort of look at the line across the middle of the room, look at the bed, look at all the blankets stuffed under the desk. And he's gonna also want to check out the little pink box that's down here.
You check the pink box and you see that it's a tiny little music box that plays a little tune when you open it, and it seems to have tiny figurine of the gnome and the dwarf holding hands, looking lovingly at each other.
I'm just gonna look up as Paul walks in. It's just like, this seems like a bad breakup.
Paul is staring at the line in the floor.
Yeah, that's yeah.
What do you mean breakup?
Well, he's got his points. Like, we got torn up pictures of a couple people together. We got a music box showing the happy couple together, and then we got a bed over there, a line down the middle of the room, and then and he's gonna move the chair out and be like, a bunch of blankets and pillows stuffed under here. Makes me think of somebody would sleep on the couch at least.
She kind of looks like my sister.
That is. He's gonna clasp his hands.
Don't.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't either.
Maybe you should ask when this time is.
Is there? Well, I guess we could ask the researchers or whatever they're supposed to be. Falmouth found something about that lift.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess we're gonna have to fix the lift in some capacity if it's still broken, I guess. And something about necrotic damage?
Oh, even more lovely.
I don't think any of this is lovely, but sure.
That's sarcasm, darling.
Oh.
So, sounds like we have figured out some things. I don't know how useful said things are, but we certainly have figured out some things.
So, Paul mentioned that there was a mention of an access code and that the lift is broken and needs parts. I found some notes stating that the excavation site that the lift takes us to is apparently filled with necrotic energy, which is why they have the protective gear.
Yeah.
There was also a list of parts needed for the repairs. It mentioned that some of them they're split into different areas. Some of them are in the room opposite on the other side of where we were in the rec center. and the others it just says TBA. And the notes that mentioned the excavation site also mentioned some sort of device that they were working on. They mentioned things like it's not long enough, it can't be cylindrical or whatever. And it looks like we're gonna need ID badges to get past the security.
Paul's gonna like flick his finger at the bracelet and see if it'll light up again.
Unfortunately, despite your best effort, the bracelet is not glowing in this place.
So we need the access code, we need the ID badges, we need protective equipment. We're going to need the parts to fix the lift, and then whatever this device is. It didn't specify what the correct shape was, which is annoying. It just mentioned what was incorrect.
Roger's sort of looking over the tables to see like what's being worked on here, if anything.
So, in that room, you see many desks lined in against the wall. And go ahead and do an Arcana check for me if you can. Nice. Just made it. So you sense there to be a faint trace of magical energies on one of the desks in front of you. And you see it's coming from a small pair of glasses that sit on there.
If Roger's going to pick them up and sort of like look through them to see if he can see anything different.
When you look through the glasses, you see that nothing looks different. But when you look through them, you feel as if there's a magical charge on these glasses, as if it can hold spells in it.
Roger's gonna look over his shoulder and be like, "Hey, darling,
Huh?
come here."
What'd you find this time?
He's gonna pass him the glasses.
Okay, Paul's gonna look him over.
You look them over, and by touching them, you can already feel that they're equivalent to spell scrolls for some reason, as this pair of glasses seems to be made to be able to hold spells on them.
He's gonna look kind of concerned and put them on.
You put them on, and I'm going to put it in your inventory. So they should be in your inventory now, listed as Bespelled Spectacles. You can go ahead and have a read of the description to see what it can do.
Also, they're hippie glasses. Okay.
Basically.
Huh. He's gonna like stare at Roger through them and be like, "This is cool."
What about it?
Oh, what? They're magic.
I mean, I got that much, but like, what do you, yeah, what do they do?
Okay, well, I didn't get that far yet.
Okay.
Other than the spectacles, though, Roger, you look through the desks and you see that it's indicative of it being a makeshift little tinker workshop. You see many tinkering equipment laid out haphazardly, and you see rough cloths that seem to hide something at the center of the desk that seems to flicker in and out of existence before finally solidifying.
Roger's gonna lift that up real fast and take a look.
You lift it up and you see that it's God, I'm brain farting on the name of the freaking ore that I named. The Leun ore. But this time you see that it's charged with so much necrotic energy that you see the cracks on it being rather unstable looking. It seems like whoever's been tinkering with this has been messing with the ore to see how much it can take.
What is that?
Well, it looks like bad news to me.
Kanan, you're standing outside, and I want you to roll a religion check for me.
Okay.
I don't like that.
You hear it faintly, but for some reason you hear a small child's laughter.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
you see it's
going near
coming
that.
and you see it's coming from the room Roger and Paul are at.
I am not going near that.
You feel a small pit in your stomach form somehow. And I need you to roll for a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Oh no.
On an 11, you're suddenly overtaken by a sudden feeling of nausea that makes you bend over. As the small child's laughter turns into cries, and you seem to hear it getting louder inside of the room.
No, he's gonna move away from it.
You guys hear the sliding door shift a little bit to see Kanan having gone from his spot for some reason. As you see the stone, the Leun ore, begins to constantly pulse, almost like a heartbeat.
Roger's gonna just put that cloth right back over it.
Paul wants to touch it.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Roll for a con saving throw with disadvantage.
Oh no.
Cool. Oh, well, shit.
On a 14, you touch it, and immediately your eyes go full black.
Whoa.
Roger looks over like,
You're standing next to him, Paul, and you just see him fall over, lifeless like a rag doll, and his eyes completely pitch black.
I think you meant Roger there.
Oh, sorry, fucking Paul. That's happening to Paul.
Roger is immediately on the floor. Like, Paul, honey. Sort of slapping his face a little bit.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ, that scared me.
Vegas is castle music.
You guys see Paul just fall over as you see his eyes are now jet black, solid. He's unresponsive when you touch him, though he still has a pulse, but you see that he's not responding.
Paul's gonna just look up at Falmouth. God, now you got me doing it. Roger's gonna look up and be like, Falmouth.
Well, let's just going to like check on him and see if he can like recognize anything.
You try and check on him, so roll for medicine. Nice. You roll for medicine, and you notice that it's almost as if he's in some sort of trance-like comatose state. You snap your fingers in front of his eyes and get no response. as far as breathing goes, it's getting shallow and shallower.
Roger is immediately going to cast Greater Restoration to see if he can reverse whatever the hell is going on.
Okay, before that, Paul, in your trance, you see almost like an overwhelming wave of visions overtake your mind to the point where your body just shuts down. You see visions of pitch black darkness, silent, empty, almost comforting in a way, before a loud crack breaks the silence, colored completely in purple. You see the cracks start to form out veins that go through the darkness, almost like roots through the earth. And eventually, you see the cracks start to grow more and more through the earth. And you see the cracks then start to form into small little veins that look like dwarf-like figures. Even some gnomes in there, and even some researchers. You see that more and more veins start to pop out from this purple source until it connects to all the dwarves and gnomes it could find. And the more you stare at the purple source, you start to see something forming vague in the distance. When you squint, you can swear it almost looks like some sort of person's face. And then reel back in horror as you see a tongue form with eyes and a nose. And the thing that shocks you back when Roger casts Greater Restoration is the face within that purple source screaming. Your eyes go back to normal suddenly as you start blinking just instinctively out of how dry they feel. And it just feels like you held your breath for quite a long time.
He is going to sit up abruptly and look at Roger like, what was that?
I don't know. What was that? You damn near stopped breathing.
Hey, you didn't see that?
No, I just saw your eyes go black and you pass out on the fucking floor.
Did he touch anything?
Yeah. And he's gonna look over where the rock was, if it's still there.
It's still there, and it's still pulsing.
That thing.
Let's not touch that.
Yeah, but more importantly, what the hell did you see?
Kanan,
Face.
while you're outside, you hear Alicris's voice entertaining you again. You hear it, don't you, boy?
Don't care.
What fuels this place and permeates around it?
I don't care.
The soul of a dead child wanders these halls.
I don't care.
Keep telling yourself that as you please.
I don't care.
Tell me about the justice of your God now after seeing such things,
I don't care.
sensing it all around you. And then we go back to Roger and Paul.
It was there was somebody screaming. Like I couldn't hear it, but I could see it.
Okay. And Anything else? That it?
I was coming out of. It was like a crack in the wall. I'm assuming it was a wall. It was just kind of black. And there were dwarves and there were gnomes. Except they were also cracks. Does that make any sense?
Did
Not exactly.
did you say that one of the rooms they sounded like they were going mad?
Yeah. Room, crossway and over one. They were looking for this magic thing called the dark void, the black void, and they were. He's gonna hold out because he took that page with him. He's gonna hold out the palm of it. And it's like you can see how well that was going for him.
Wonder if it's tied to the necrotic energies. Necrotic energy can have very deleterious effects on the mind and inside.
You don't say.
Where radiant energy can give life, well, necrotic energy is more or less as it sounds, death.
Didn't feel like that though.
Well, it certainly looked like that, given you were almost dead.
Your breathing was slowing down to almost nothing, and so is your heartbeat. There's a reason undead thrive on necrotic energy.
You know, given all that nonsense we found outside when we first got here, too.
Where there was areas of the land that were completely sapped of any life.
Yeah.
What if? What if whatever they found and were excavating here, because I'm guessing this is still the past. What
It
if it
has to be.
escaped containment and did to that land what we see now?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you saw what it was like up there.
Just putting wood on the areas where the ground was cracked, where there was no life able to sustain, even just plants that raw just plucked and threw out. The life was just sucked out of it and just disintegrated. What if everyone here ended up dying because of some accident, something that happened where the necrotic energy that they were excavating in the area for the excavation site just leaked out and just killed everyone?
That is horrifying, but that also sounds like it could be the case.
Is that the Leone or that you took from the minecart the last time? That
The
rock.
one over there.
The rock that Paul touched and sent him
No,
to testate.
no, it was on the table in here. Like someone been messing with it.
I suggest no one touches it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Does Paul recognize like anything about the face that was screaming, like race or anything like that?
You can roll for history.
Nice.
Sorry. Give me this.
He's dying.
Ugh.
We killed him.
Sorry.
We did it, chat. We won.
The resort got him.
The resort got him.
Sorry about that. From your good history check, you try to wade through those dark memories of what you just went through. And when you think back on the horrifying face you saw that it was the same dwarven face of your sister.
Oh, he don't like that, and he's not gonna say anything. He's just gonna kind of void stare for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Huh?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah, sure.
Uh-huh. Where's Kanan?
In the hallway last I saw.
Kanan, you suddenly feel some vibrations in your coat pocket.
He's gonna dig into his coat pocket.
You take out the communication stone that you have from the homestead that's connected there. And unfortunately, the magical signals are faint in this place, but you hear sort of scratchy voices familiar to a child, your son. Dad, Dad,
Sean, can you answer the door,
Dad.
please? I'm here.
Dad, something's wrong. Are you coming home?
I'll be home soon.
Dad, please. The barrier in this place, it something's wrong with it. I don't know what. Someone got hurt. Please.
We'll be back as soon as we can.
Uh, you hear your voice try to respond, but the signal gets cut off. You then see your two companions, Paul and Falmouth, exit the room.
Can we move this along, please, so we can get back?
We're trying. We can't exactly leave until we find out what the heck is even going on, since we got trapped.
I don't even know what we're moving.
They're gonna Roger's gonna relay what happened with Paul to Cannon, just to keep him updated.
That's why you don't touch anything. But I'm glad to see you're okay.
Paul
Kanan,
just kind of void staring again.
Kanan, please roll for Arcana. You don't know why. It's incredibly faint right now, but you sense necrotic energies nearby.
I sense something funny.
Funny how?
Necrotic funny.
The excavation site is apparently filled with necrotic energy, which is why they've been having those protective clothes.
Kanan, a scent comes across your snout as Alacris's voice reaches out to you. Use your nose, boy. Necrotic arts were my specialty, after all, and it runs in our blood, funny enough.
He's gonna smell the air.
You smell a distinctly, almost sort of sour smell coming from Roger.
Why do you smell like that?
I don't know. What do I smell like?
Like death.
Uh,
You
duh.
sniff more in Roger's direction and realize that the smell also extends over to Paul.
You also smell like death.
Paul is just gonna kind of gesture himself, like, really?
Not
He
like
did just touch a stone that was full of necrotic energy,
not
so
like you stink, but you smell like death.
Well, there's there's a very weird stone in there that seems to have some necrotic nonsense going on with it.
Overcon saving throw, Paul.
Oh no. Oh!
oh no.
Oh no! What did he roll?
You, you let out a cough, which you attribute to, at first, the smell of charcoal coming from the lined room from earlier. But then the cough starts to get more intense as you realize you actually are in a coughing fit right now, and you try to cover your mouth with your hands. And when you move your hand from your mouth, you see some black like soot on them now.
Well, that can't be good.
No, that ain't good. That ain't good at all.
And I'm gonna need you to roll for 2d8 poison damage for me.
What was it? 2D?
2d8.
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 Wouldn't the Greater Restoration have removed the poison?
Not this one.
Doesn't he have like some kind of resistance?
Well, let me check your Cambion traits. One second.
Yeah, I don't actually remember which
Yeah,
resistances he
for
has.
Cambions, you're resistant against fire. Unfortunately, poison's
Yeah.
on the list.
Damn.
And if Greater Restoration couldn't heal the poison, I can't do anything about it myself.
What are you talking about, poison?
I mean, you're coughing up black stuff. Like, I don't imagine that that's something that's normal for one.
Okay, but it's not black. I don't know why.
The sweet smell you smell, Kanan, uh, comes from the hand that he coughed into. And you can tell right then and now, especially in your clerical work as well, that that is demonic bile.
Yeah, you're coughing up demonic bile.
The fuck is demonic bile?
I don't fucking know.
I mean, I'm a demon. Why is this news?
I don't. I mean, all right. So first of all,
So,
bile, as I
Kanan,
recall,
from your experience, demonic bile is what happens to a person's blood when it coagulates and mixes in a negative way with an intense amount of necrotic energy that's absorbed through the skin.
Basically, the necrotic energy that you're feeling is making your blood coagulate. So, again, you shouldn't go touching stuff that you don't know what is.
is there any way we can fix this?
I have no idea.
I unfortunately don't know. Greater Restoration is stronger than anything I can do, and that didn't do anything.
Okay, so now what?
Roger just sort of checking him out, making sure like seeing if there's anything else he can see that's wrong or like, off. Like Roger's very worried.
You don't see anything else off with him, but the exposure to that ore of some kind definitely did not do any favors for him.
You tell me if anything feels off or wrong, or you feel sick. Anything. You got that?
I mean, that's been since day one. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Also, can we please just not touch everything we come across, especially if it looks off.
I'm not the one that touched it.
I'm saying in general.
Why do I get the feeling I'm gonna have to ask Dad for a favor again?
Probably.
Let's hope not.
Just don't drag me into the hells if you do. I'd rather not see my mother right now.
I don't want to see her either.
No one does.
Silence your tongue, boy. It is an honor to meet her. Nevertheless, receive her blessing.
She's kind of a crazy bitch.
Everybody knows.
Kind of.
It's just laughing.
So far, you've been incredibly undeserving of the love she shines on you.
My great-granddad says I'm undeserving of the love she gives me.
What love? She's tried to make you kill your friends over and over again.
I'm starting to question your entire family tree, I'm gonna be honest.
Why?
Paul's just gonna kind of stare at him like,
Alacris just speaks in your mind, kidding. There's the human who thinks he's a dwarf that's actually a campion and a devil's son.
When you think about it, both of our families are screwed up.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure yours is more screwed up than mine.
Not really, no.
And my headphone just died!
Oops.
Hold on.
You just hear Alacris in your mind. Well, now it's time to have a frank discussion, boy. Are you truly so ashamed of your heritage?
Not so ashamed, more so afraid of what I might do.
Why? Have you not been an extreme help to your allies in combat?
Because I'm capable of killing them.
Having power and how you use it are two different things. And they seem alive to me, are they not? So what's wrong with flexing your strength a little bit? You didn't have a problem doing that when you ate the heart of one of your siblings.
Where are you getting at?
What I'm saying is, boy, is that there's clearly a side of you that enjoys what you are. So embrace it. You didn't exactly laugh manically out of nothing when you were eating that heart, were you? Despite what it might do to you, you felt the thrill of overcoming that great threat.
No, that was you.
You telling yourself that?
Alright, if you're not gonna help us, go away, please. I'm kind of done with you.
Very well. In the interest of getting you to trust me more, it is indeed that your friend is now being infected with necrotic energies. And unless that's dealt with soon, I don't imagine his time will be very long in this world. As far as the barrier to your homestead, I'm keeping it up for as long as we agreed upon, though my powers have limits as far away as we are from that place. Eventually, if that vampire's hordes keep at it, the barrier will break, and, well, let's just hope whoever's inside that hole knows how to defend themselves.
And Paul, you're infected with some kind of necrotic disease, and if we don't get some kind of cure of it, you're going to die sooner than later. And it'll be very, very painful.
Yeah, thanks for that update. I kinda got the hint. And he's gonna hold up his hand that still has the black vial on it.
Tell the insolent little would-be human dwarf, or whatever the hell he wants to pretend to be, that if you truly are stuck in this timeline, he can't be the only one that suffered this affliction if these miserable little dwarves have been working here. Perhaps one of them knows a solution.
Maybe ask someone for a solution. We might not be the only ones that are stuck here in this, whatever the hell we're stuck in.
That's what I was thinking.
That, and we need to speed this up because the barrier at the homestead is waning.
What?
It's exactly as I said.
And when did this happen?
Just now.
Probably when he sacrifices magic.
Well, let's,
There. Are we not happy now? I'm cooperating.
let's go ask somebody. See if anybody knows anything about this.
Good, so speed it up.
Good boy. Crack that whip on them.
Shut up.
Roger's gonna
You
look
guys just
for
hear Kanan say out loud, shut up.
Roger's gonna look for the dwarf that looks like they are the most in charge.
So far, as you look around, all the researchers seem to be pretty absorbed into their books and studies. However, one, at the very least, looks more official and has more time to speak than the others, and you see it's this female one here.
Roger's gonna go ahead and head over that way. Beg pardon, ma'am.
Ah, you one of them new bodyguards we keep hiring? Shit, we go through you guys pretty quick, huh?
Yeah, about that. One of our boys may have touched a rock in your possession around here, and he's not doing too good.
Rock? Ah, shit, he didn't touch the Leon unsupervised and without a suit, did he?
There's it's
Was
a
it
rock-
charged?
I don't know. It's in the other
Is there a
room.
reason why you just left it around?
I mean, you were not supposed to have one lying around. Where did you find it?
It's
In
one
a
of the
bedroom?
dormitory rooms.
Ugh, another one we gotta confiscate. Well, from what it sounds like, anyways, seems like your friend might be having a bit of the black touch. What's the symptoms so far?
Coughing up
Dying?
black, coughing
Coughing
up
up.
black stuff.
Ah, yeah, there's the black lung on that part. Yeah, I mean, wish I could help you more, but our infirmary is getting more and more filled up by the day with black lung workers, and you know this place isn't exactly on a long timetable, so they kind of just cart us in for some painkillers and just shove us back into work, boys. Sorry,
It's
but you signed up for it, so
hold on. Are you saying this is just this is just gonna kill him? That's it?
it just goes like. I mean, with any luck, I mean, he might survive it if he just stays away from this stuff, but you know, count your lucky stars, you won't be assigned to more work duty next to the excavation site.
So what? This gets worse. The excavation site?
Well, hell yeah. I mean, I don't even want to show you the body of what happened to someone that was around it too long when there was a compromise in his suit.
So that's what the suits are for.
Yep, and that's why all that spraying is for once you come through the queue. You gotta make sure you're clean of the stuff. We're working with hazardous materials around here.
Where does the
Okay,
lift go
somebody-
to?
Down to the excavation site, though, under repairs right now. The damn thing's broken, so we're all just kind of taking a break while we can.
Well, somebody should probably confiscate that rock so other people don't have this problem. Is
Hell
there
yeah,
anything
for
we
sure. You
do?
can tell me which room you found it in.
Yeah, it was what second one on the right.
Do you remember the room number?
6.
All right. Well, we'll make sure to send somebody to room 6 then. Damn, it's getting more widespread.
Is there anything can be done for it, or
And
Is
goes
it
like,
manage it?
contagious?
she shrugs. You know about as much as we do with the crap. I mean, we don't know much about this magic source to begin with, other than that it's a hell of a energy potential. I'll tell you that.
Then why are you
That's-
messing with it?
Messing with it, we're just doing our jobs. Hell, we got hired to do this.
And what's the job?
Getting that magical source of energy out and researching it.
Okay,
So
but if
you're
that magical
messing with it.
source of energy is dangerous.
Look, I don't get paid to question ethics, okay? I just do my job. I need the gold, so let's not get all high and mighty right now, alright? I'm trying to enjoy my lunch.
Who's paying?
Well, I mean, the usual big wigs around here in Barovia, but
Kanan's
most
gonna
likely
take her
some-
lunch.
and she just goes like, "Hey, what the hell?"
If you can't help us, please kindly point to someone that can.
And just goes like, "What the hell? You Dragonborns, always so prickly."
Now, please.
just
We're
looks
in
at
a
her like-
hurry.
Fine, you may, and I'm not saying it's an absolute certainty. If you go through the security checkpoint on the left room hallway over there, you might be able to run into a guy. I mean, I heard that he's dealt with the black lung stuff and it came out relatively okay, so maybe he has a clue on how to help your friend here.
What's his name?
And it goes like, last time I checked, it was Alwyn.
Oh, okay.
Something like that.
Do you have anything that might let us speed up the checkpoint process?
He goes like, well, first of all, you're gonna have to give up all those fancy doohickeys.
What doohickeys are you talking about?
He points to your weapons. All those sharp, pointy sticks, weapons, magical items, all that shit's gotta go through inventory check, because the minute you step through a security checkpoint with those, and she runs her hand through her neck, the security bots will be on you in a second.
How do you shut down the bots then?
How are we
Shut
supposed to
down?
be bodyguards?
They are bodyguards. That's why you can't bring dangerous weapons through certain areas.
Okay, but yeah, we're supposed to be bodyguards too. Like,
Yes, you are, but there are certain concerns based on recent accidents.
If you take
So-
weapons away from the bodyguards, then we can't exactly do our job, so...
It's only in those areas over there where the higher ranking, she quotes unquote, officials rest. They're just a little jumpy after the last accident that happened with some of the bodyguards.
Last accident?
They, well, you know what? I can't say.
Wait.
I'm under contract here.
Why?
Elaborate, please. We really don't have the time.
So you can roll for persuasion or intimidation here, Kanan. Nice. She looks at your demeanor and just goes like, "Fine, look." She looks around and then goes into a quiet whisper. I'm not supposed to say anything, all right? But you know, we need bodyguards down there because some creepy shit comes out of the fucking void. A lot. And we need people like you in order to keep them at bay or just kill them while we work. But sometimes accidents happen. Some bodyguards aren't careful and they get infected too much with whatever's happening with your friend here, and they go a little berserk.
Then could you please kindly convince the sentry bots to let us keep our weapons so that doesn't happen?
I'm not the one that made them. Some other researcher made those. Look, they scare me enough just staring over us while we have lunch over there. She points at this one. All I can tell you is, if you can find a way to get your weapons and gear throughout the checkpoint, dandy. But if you want to talk to the executives in there, you're gonna have to give up your weapons at the checkpoint. I mean, that's all I can tell you.
Can I give her lunch back?
Thank you.
You're the most useless dwarf ever.
That's
Look,
not
She's
true.
she's gonna give you the middle finger. It's just like, oh, screw you.
Yeah, maybe in
Look,
1,000 years.
Look, if it helps, I'll go with. I'll leave my weapons behind. You guys, two of you can stay, and two of us can talk. This way, at least, if anything goes wrong, there's something that can be done.
Just as long as it's done quickly, I don't care.
Lying is probably quicker than being defiant.
Maybe you ought to send me. If anything bad breaks out here,
Okay, Roger,
Okay,
you go with
so
Paul.
going with who?
Roger, you go with Paul, I guess.
before Roger goes, he is essentially going to offload his weapons, at least his weapons, over to Falmouth.
Weapons and magical items.
Yes, and magical items. So let me make a note.
Bournemouth right now is just holding a bunch of items.
Just shoves them all into Falmouth's bag. This is just taking off his robe and everything else.
I'm pretty sure you don't need to get undressed.
No, it's look. He holds it up. It's a magic item, okay?
Okay.
Let's see. Hang on a second. He's going to. He's passing stuff over to Falmouth, and one of the things he's going to pass over is the stripper pole and be like, make sure you don't lose that one.
Huh?
Make sure you don't lose that one. It's important.
What?
The
You-
staff lies dormant
Never
because it
mind.
has not heard your key phrase yet.
And he's like, and it's like, Paul, you gonna come with me?
I mean, I kind of have to, don't I?
Does Paul still have his stuff with him?
He's gonna pass it over to Falmouth, but
Falmouth standing here holding all this shit.
but he's not gonna because he's still wearing the glasses and just isn't paying attention.
Oh no.
Paul, your glasses.
My what?
You're wearing.
Aren't your glasses also magic?
Oh, these things. Yeah, they're not mine. He's gonna take them off and pass them to Falmouth. Don't lose them.
Roger's also gonna make sure that Jake is safely with Falmouth.
He is. Before you leave, he just vibrates till it goes like Godspeed.
So it's just like,
I feel like I'm a pack mule.
sorry,
You're
buddy.
not a pack mule. You're a guardian.
Roger's not saying it, but Roger's over here just like, you see, if I get knocked down or taken out, you have so much more to offer right now. All right, well, let's do this.
I still don't even know what we're doing.
So Paul and Roger, you guys walk through and you see the security checkpoint from the dilapidated state you were at before, looking fully restored, complete with lounge chairs lying about. And of course, now more clearly than ever, you see the security checkpoint lasers at the very end here that are lit up in blue, and you see the lasers kind of fan out to encompass like different areas of this little hallway as you pass through them.
Roger's going to make a beeline for the nearest dwarf over here. He's like, so, where we need to see Alwyn, if possible.
You approach them trying to get their attention with your mention of Alwyn, but you see that the dwarves are already talking amongst themselves, very animatedly, deep in discussion about something. And you hear one of them goes like, "Did you hear about what they found down there along with the Black Void?" "Yeah. Last time another dynamite went off. Oof. Can't even tell you some sort of fucked up creatures came out of there."
Hey,
And just they get spooked enough to go to the what is it?
he was talking to you.
We're looking to talk to Alwyn.
Not Owen? I mean, he's down there over the executive lounge. And he points over to the security checkpoint with the lasers.
All right. Oh, can we go through?
He goes like, "Yeah, just gotta get through, and hope you don't have any weapons on you, since I know you adventurer types tend to be kind of packed."
Yeah, I already took care of that.
Just let anybody walk through here?
I think that's the point of the lasers.
I mean the whole place.
You walk through very carefully, and you see two security drones at the wall ready to activate upon any kind of indication that something is wrong. And thankfully, you're able to pass through safely, having discarded your magical items and gear.
Roger's just gonna look around the room and just be like, "Is there an Alwyn here?"
You see this particular guard down here, Alwyn, just turns to you and goes like, yeah?
All right. So here's the situation. This weird black coffin nonsense is going around, and he's gonna
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Paul.
The
He's
lung?
got it. Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, shit.
What can we
Sorry,
do about
mate.
it?
Can't do much for you.
Okay, elaborate on that.
And he goes like, "Well, maybe there can be something done for you, but might be a bit painful."
Like what?
Well, I mean, the whole necrotic energy thing coming off of that thing we've been looking into, but looks like the only way to cure you might be concentrated exposure to radiant energy. And I don't mean the fun, pleasant kind where it heals you.
Roger's gonna look over at Paul.
Paul's gonna look at Roger and be like, I don't think that's an option.
What? I mean, it sounds scary and it's gonna be a little painful, but I mean, anybody
I'm
should
a
be able to.
Cambion.
You're a what?
Cambion.
Stop joking around,
No,
alright?
no, he's a Cambion. He's part devil.
He just looks like, look, whatever fucked up humor you fucking bodyguards get to, whatever.
I'm
Just-
not joking.
But that's the solution, so take it or leave it.
Is there some way Paul can prove he's a champion since this guy seems to be an absolute idiot?
Roll for insight.
Why?
For some reason, you feel as if there's a stubbornness to this individual to not understand that you are not a cohesive part of this timeline. And that no matter what you do, that's not going to change.
Okay, so what's plan B?
He's gonna look at the guard, Rogers, and just be like,
He looks at you both and goes like, well, I mean, if you want the radiation treatment, it's gonna have to be through back through security checkpoint with the good doctor. But yeah, I mean, just prepare for a lot of cramps and pains afterwards.
Pretty sure that's better than dying.
Yep. You guys got your ID cards though, right?
Were they supposed to give us any?
What? What the hell are they doing over there, administration? All right, yeah, I mean, speak to the clerks over there if you want your ID card matter settled.
Okay, all right. And Roger's gonna go over. Just like,
You walk up to the two clerks at the table and you see that their space is blocked by magical barriers, seemingly having put up as precaution due to the information you learned about the incident that happened.
hey,
They look at you and just goes like, state your business.
we could use
ID
some ID
cards.
cards.
All right, you want some bodyguard ID cards or some researcher ID cards? What are you?
Bodyguard.
Bodyguards, ourselves and our
He
mates
goes
out
like,
there.
okay, well then you're just gonna have to get these ID cards to your dorm rooms then. Doesn't give you access to the lift, but that should be all you bodyguards need.
Don't you send bodyguards down there?
And he goes, yeah, but you usually follow the researchers. I mean, not to be blunt, but you know, they're kind of the important ones.
Right.
So here you go. You know, limited access, but yeah, you're sort of contractors, so what can you do? You see, he hands you both what seems to be like a red tagged ID card.
Roger's gonna pause and just be like, we do have two associates out there.
They're the
And?
researchers.
They're the researchers? Well, why didn't you say so?
Because you asked about us.
Yeah, because you came in here. Fucking bodyguards, I swear to God. Look. Alright, well, did they lose their ID cards or something?
Yeah.
None of us got any.
Ugh. See that he rolls his eyes. Typical. Alright, well, bring them in here if they're researchers then.
Everyone, what are they doing in administration? All right, we'll do that. Roger's
I
just
mean,
gonna-
they're already kind of busy with their work. Can't we just take it to them?
And he just goes like, no, unless the security checkpoint lasers didn't clue you off. We do things a certain way around here.
Right.
Roger's just gonna kind of skedaddle as quickly as he can without looking weird about it.
Speed walking.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Paul's just taking his time.
Okay, so new plan, boys.
Oh fuck, what is it now?
Look. Okay. How good are both of you at bluffing?
Your
Not
research.
very good.
All right, well, you're going
Why
to
didn't
get that
you
real
two
quick.
claim that you were the researchers, seeing as how you guys look them apart more than we do?
The bodyguard.
Because we said bodyguards first. Oh, not the best idea, but that's what happened. So,
Look, they're absolute idiots.
it's true. They are kind of absolute idiots.
There's less security here than there was at my parents' place.
Well, in any case, I'm going to probably have to remove my armor and be down to just put regular clothes so I don't get suspicious. I'm not a freaking researcher.
Okay, make Kanan the researcher then.
Why me?
Because we need a researcher to get to the lift, apparently.
I don't do researcher.
You don't... No.
Fine, I'll do it. Like,
Thank you.
just don't touch shit next time.
Roger is going to go ahead and like sort of tap Caden on the shoulder, and he's gonna give him bardic inspiration because Jesus fucking Christ.
You're gonna give Kanan bardic inspiration. Nice.
Yes.
Okay, so canonically, this is you giving Kanan acting tips as one that has
Yes.
performed before.
Yes. Exactly.
So what do you say to Kanan to give him bardic inspiration?
He's gonna hit Kanan and be like, "All right, look. You know how you kind of just walk up to people and say shit at any given point in time? Like that's just sort of your thing. That's what you do."
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right now you're kind of doing that like you don't give a shit. I need you to go in there like you're the one in charge. Like you belong there. Like,
A dragonborn
belong-
among dwarf.
yeah. You can say you're a researcher that was outsourced. Say you're a
Fine.
researcher that was outsourced and you're here. It's very important. I mean, you can bluff your way through it. Tell them you were called in specifically. You're on a timetable. It's crunch hours. Whatever. Like you just make it sound like you are the most important thing in the room.
Alright, fine. And he's gonna hand Roger all of his magical items and his weapons.
Roger is now
It's
back.
passing him around.
Almost pretty much gonna do the same, but give it to Paul to not overload Roger. Actually, one other thing. He's gonna go back to the female dwarf. You said that it was Leon that was creating the.
You see it when she sees you come back. She instinctively, protectively holds her lunch together. Yeah.
Hey, I'm not him, but you
I
mentioned
heard
that,
that.
it was Leon that was absorbing the energy and it causing the issues.
Yeah.
Because I found this rock, and I'm pretty sure that it's gonna need to be gotten rid of because I ended up confiscating it for another room. Someone probably smuggled it in.
Whoa. Where'd you get this?
Don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's also Leon, and it's probably needs to get.
Yeah, this is a pretty pure ore you found. I mean, we haven't
Yeah.
mined this stuff for years.
But if it's dangerous, shouldn't we get rid of it?
I mean, doesn't look charged. I mean, I'm touching it, and we're not, any worse, so we're fine. It's only the ones that are charged with necrotic energy already that's the problem. The Leon by themselves are just conduits.
And obviously, taking this into the excavation site would cause it to get charged.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's what we do.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, no problem.
Like
And
a
as he
phone
goes
back and
near-
my cookie.
As he goes near Paul and Roger, he's like, "Get rid of the Leon stones that you have."
Okay.
They will get charged with necrotic energy when we go down there. If we have it on us, that will be a problem.
Can I get?
Kanan, you draw some eyes already as you're a dragonborn walking through, along with Fulmith as well, as you are kind of an unfamiliar sight, even around a place that has some humans and a lot of dwarves and some gnomes.
What are you all looking at?
You see the minute you say that, they all just look away.
And then before we go down into the cave, into excavation, make sure you get rid of that stone.
I can't move past this point. There we go.
Yep. You see one of the executives just scoffs and goes, "Don't let anyone into the executive section now." Jesus.
I beg your pardon?
He just goes here. It's like, oh, no, welcome, jolly fellow.
I'm Chief Medical Officer Terranol. Who are you?
Damn.
Chief Medical. I'm sorry. My brain immediately. My brain immediately
I love the
autocorrected to.
title and the fake name. Love it. Give yourself an inspiration
Wait,
point for
what?
that. Give yourself an inspiration point for that. I love the title and the fake name.
Oh, the name technically isn't fake.
Oh, that's his real name or something?
No, that's his father's name.
My brain
Oh,
automatically
I mean,
autocorrected Tylenol to Tylenol, and I'm just losing it. Like I. Chief Medical Officer.
But yeah, give yourself an inspiration point for that. That was good.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did not expect that. And he just goes like, Chief Medical Officers? Sorry. Sorry about that, sir.
Can you direct me to the patients in the infirmary?
Well, the infirmary is all the way past where you already went through, sir. This is the clerk's office.
I see.
Do you need an ID badge?
Yes, I do, if you would be so kind.
You can speak to the clerks up there, good fellow.
I thank you for
And he looks over to Falmouth. Are you also a medical officer as too, sir?
He's my assistant.
Ah, very good then. Hopefully you can help rid us of the incident toll.
Of course, as long as you
Problems
keep your
we
mouth
have.
shut of the incident, no one will be none the wiser. And I get my pay.
He nods. You see the board clerk just kind of sips his cup and just goes, "State your business."
I'm here to research the medical incidents that is going on in this facility. I only need 4 ID badges. 1 for me, 1 for my assistant here, and 2 for my bodyguards that are waiting outside.
Oh dear. Yes. I didn't know you were. We weren't expecting your arrival, Mr.
Terranol.
Terranol. How do you spell that, sir?
Teronal.
You see, they sift through their records. Yes, your coming definitely wasn't scheduled.
It was an emergency.
Could I see some identification or?
Let's see here. What do I got here?
Some credentials?
I'm afraid I left my credentials in my room, but if you don't want me to get to my job and to save your people, I am I am very happy to return back to my clan.
Are you Karening right now?
No. So it's up to you, Mr. Clerk.
You see the clerk sees you raise your voice about the incident, and he just kind of tries to quiet down.
I'm sure your bosses here don't like the idea of the chief medical officer skipping out on them.
Oh, well, I mean, I want to believe you, sir. It's just, there's a process. We just need some kind of credential to
your
prove
people
that...
are dying. Are you sure you want to go through all the channels?
Okay, very well. Just, I suppose, can you tell me one thing that would be your official diagnosis on the matter? Then we can just use that as proof.
Upon coming in contact with the charged Liam, subjects are said to throw up biles that look like as black as night. Hold on, I'm thrown off here. Sorry, No, the medical thing is not. It's not my.
No, take your time. Take your time.
Let's see here.
For WebMD time.
Yeah. according to my documents, subjects that are exposed to charged lium are shown to are shown to throw up large amounts of black bile that could very well affect others if they are not treated and quarantined immediately. That means if we do not keep this under control, this whole facility could be affected.
You see the minute you say that, you start saying that out loud, you just go say, oh, okay, sir.
Do you wish for me to continue?
That sounds official enough for me. And you, sir? They look over to you, Falmouth. Your name, please?
Valorian.
Valorian. How do you spell that, sir?
Valorian.
Thank you. And you are the assistant? I'm sorry, I've just...
He's my medical assistant.
I see. We sort of have a party capacity limit when going into the excavation site.
And what is the party limit?
Well, 3 would be the limit, so 4 is overdoing it. Is it absolutely necessary, sir? If I may ask?
Well,
I can just take
everything is. Go ahead.
No, I think Mel already finished. Go ahead, Blaze.
If it's getting more and more serious, the situation, wouldn't it be more beneficial to have more who can assist with the problem?
I understand, sir. It's just, that we want to minimize the amount of risks we take here. It's already, well, the infirmary is already getting full, as you might already know.
Caden's just gonna turn and start to leave.
It's just like, all right. I apologize, sir.
The
So,
ID badges, if you please.
We can get you some ID cards, but you have to promise not to tell them that I gave you a 4th one, all right?
What 4th one? I do not see a 4th one.
Thank you, sir. Falmouth, while this is happening, roll for perception for me. You spy with your little eye behind the clerk. There's some sort of wall panel, and you see there's a part in that wall panel through the see-through glass that fits the drawings you saw for a spare part perfectly to fix the lift with.
Excuse me, sirs, but I understand that the lift is currently malfunctioning, yes?
Yes, unfortunately. But in the meantime, sirs, you can potentially take a break in the rec room while we get it fixed, or just, I suppose, go to the infirmary and see what you can do. Just make sure you wear protection suits.
Certainly. Though, is there not parts there? He says, pointing through the...
Oh, well, sir, that's an important, vital part to run the magical barriers at this clerk desk.
I see. Okay. Was not sure if that was part of the repair parts for the lift.
Well, sir, I'm not an engineer, so I couldn't possibly tell you what to use it for. I just know it's powering this handy-dandy little field that's keeping us from, the sickness and the possible violence.
I see.
You know how it is with clerical work.
So, that little barrier protects you two.
Yes.
But it doesn't protect your bosses that are down the stairs here?
It just goes, well, they're just lounging, sir.
How very interesting.
They're fine somewhere.
Maybe I should tell them that you're hiding out. You're keeping that little protective barrier from them.
roll for persuasion.
I mean, if my employees were keeping something so important away from me, I would want to know about it.
You can roll with advantage, just to make sure you nat 20.
Christ.
Oh, that was so close to a nat 20. Oh, Jesus. He looks at you and goes like, okay. Sir, I swear to you, I don't know what that device is for. I'm just a clerk.
Could you hand that
but-
device to us so we could research it? Perhaps it could. Perhaps I could enhance it to protect the entire facility from this.
I'm not allowed to touch it, sir. Please,
If
I
you're not
don't want
allowed to touch it, then perhaps me.
He goes like, well, I don't know if
You
medical
won't be
officers...
getting in trouble.
He looks around. Is it truly necessary to help with the sickness problem, sir?
It is truly. Perhaps we could use it to stave off the symptoms. Don't you want to save your people?
Very well, sir, but let's just take care of the intake process to get you those ID cards first before
Of
we make a
course.
scene.
Understood.
He just smiles.
Yeah. Behind you guys suddenly appears another hologram illusion. This time of a young dwarven woman with fiery red hair.
Well, what is this?
You see this woman waves towards you. It looks like she's chewing gum while she speaks, and she just kind of plays with her hair. And you hear her yawn in the illusion form loud enough to where you can hear her jaw almost snap.
Hello?
She then speaks in the most bored, deadpan voice possible. We are glad you could visit our lab, where our hope is for a better future for all Barovia through our findings. To get access to the facilities, please fill out the forms containing the agreements and to abide by the rules of the lab. Do not disclose any details of the experiments that are ongoing unless given express permission, and to indicate you aren't here for nefarious reasons. Once you sign, breaking any of these rules will result in the appropriate and immediate action by the staff.
Of course.
We are not liable for your death while in the labs.
Yes, I know the NDA.
Nice. You see the clerk then hands you like a stack, or like a small stack of papers.
He's gonna lean over and start to fill out the forms.
Yeah, you see all of them have spaces at the top where he's filled out descriptions pertaining to each member of your group, and it looks like you need Roger and Paul to sign as well. And you see under those names, they just kind of write them down as showy tiefling and strange human.
Okay.
While in your spaces, because you're official researchers, they wrote your actual fake names on there. We'll be needing your bodyguards to sign too, sir. You know,
Yes.
just as a precaution.
Just a moment. Hey, you two, come here.
Damn, not even a please.
Please.
Have you guys been just chilling with the lady that got her lunch stolen?
Yeah,
need-
Roger was actually going to ask her a question, but he'll do this part first.
I need you two to sign these forms.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, you can ask her the question while you're signing the form.
Roger was going to ask, like, so, like, this gemstone nonsense, is it just necrotic energy? Can it be
Yeah.
used for anything else?
Whatever's down there, it's full of this stuff.
Yeah,
But,
okay,
you know,
yeah, but I
necrotic
mean, like-
energy... Oh, sorry. Go on, Shrine.
No, I mean, like, is it only necrotic energy it works with? Like, have you tried charging it with anything else?
It says, "Oh, the Yuns are very sorry, brain farting. It's a very varied conduit. So yeah, just about any kind of potent magical energies it can hold on to. Just remember, whatever you put in is what you're gonna get. So
Roger's just gonna kind of nod. He's gonna.
and I don't think I need to tell you, if you try and screw with the container, whatever's inside it's gonna bust out, and rather violently.
Roger's gonna sign off on the paperwork as honor.
Yeah, you as you're signing, you see the descriptions that they so kindly gave to you underneath where you need to sign.
Roger just raises an eyebrow.
Don't ask to sign the papers. If you
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Relax.
Now, Paul, what will you sign as?
He's just gonna kind of stare at the paperwork and the fucking names that they've given, and he's just gonna shake his head and literally just write Cambion.
You cross it out and write Cambion on there, and what do you sign as?
That's what he's signing as.
Oh, just Cambion?
Yep.
Okay.
thanks. Here are your
So how did
forms.
it go?
All right,
I have an
one at a time. So Falmouth, go.
I have an idea. If the Leon can absorb any energy, what if we infuse it with energy before we go down? Whether it's radiant or cold or fire or lightning, whatever. This way, it mitigates the risk.
I mean,
Using our spells or anything.
I could do that with radiant.
So can I.
Sing into the stone. Meanwhile, Kanan, at the clerk's desk, you hand over the paperwork, and you see the clerk kind of meticulously going through each of it, like, you know, licking his tip of his fingers a little bit to do that page turning thing that all the clerks do. And once he goes through the pages, and he goes like, "Okay, so, all right, here you go, Chief Medical Officer, and for your assistant, Valerian, and also for bodyguards Honor and Cam."
Thank
The
you.
end. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
Cambion.
And he just goes like, "Yes, thank you, sir." And you see he just kind of smiles, kind of politely at you.
The device.
You can kind of see he almost hoped you would have forgotten. Is this goes, "Oh, I'm going to be honest with you, sir. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to make a scene. I mean, it's a break the glass kind of situation."
Let me see here. Is it attached to the wall?
It's like you know how they keep fire hydrants in like the little like glass like little container in places.
In case of emergency, break glass.
Yeah, kind of like that, except you know without the emergency text, it's just there.
Cannon's gonna look for something to throw at the glass.
You look through your things, and quite frankly, you technically can throw anything so long as it's not considered a magical item because you gave that all.
Like, do they have anything that's heavy enough to break glass?
In your inventory?
No, I mean on the desk.
Oh, on the desk, his stamp.
I mean, if it's thin glass.
Would you like me to break it? Or do you want me to break your face?
No, sir. There's no need to be so rude.
You're wasting my time, and my time wasted means more dwarven to die. It will be on your head if you do not hurry up.
Roll for intimidate.
Ooh.
Would you like to keep that roll?
I'm gonna invoke my whatchamacallit.
Oh, your advantage, right? Go ahead.
Yeet. Come on. There you go. That's better.
Nice. He looks at you and goes like, "Fine, sir. I mean, you can't pass through this magical barrier while it's up, but if I break this, you're going to have to distract everyone else so that they don't know it was me."
Is there anything I can do here? Oh, I got an idea. Kanan's gonna, like, look at the papers, but he's idly, like, turning his head over so he can, like, blow a small flame to one of the nobles right here. I'm gonna set
Oh my god.
her hair on fire.
Oh no!
Damn.
Discreetly.
This escalated.
You discreetly blow some flame on top of the researcher's head, and she doesn't notice it at first, but then she starts smelling smoke, and eventually the researcher across from her just goes like, "Fire! Fire!"
Oh, fuck, fire. Someone put out the fire.
This kid is like, "Oh, fire! Fire!"
He's gonna give a side eye to the dwarf.
Yeah, you see all the other executive researchers are like kind of panicking as she's like,
He's gonna
and,
use the paperwork to like make it worse when he's just trying to help, quote
"Oh
unquote.
no!" While all of this chaos is happening, the dwarf just kind of says a little dwarven prayer chant to himself before he taps on the glass with like his little stamp, and he quickly takes out the device part, which looks like a cone full of wires to it, and it just gives it to you quickly as the magical barrier just goes down, confusing the other clerk.
Kane's gonna throw a couple of gold pieces at the dwarf as thanks, and he's gonna quietly walk out.
He just sighs and goes like, "Oh, I'm so fired." Meanwhile, in the aftermath, this lady up here is now full on like bald spot.
Got the paperwork, got the ID, and I got the part.
Okay, good to know.
We
We
to
do
get
need
the part.
protective clothing, though.
I was gonna say
Yep.
we need suits.
You
Oh.
guys still need the access code along with the protective suit, which you can technically you can get the protective suit if you just go through the queue with everything, but you need the access code.
Was there any room we didn't check yet?
Why don't we just ask the clerks? They gave us everything else for free.
They might not have the access codes.
Well,
Yeah, what was that about fire I heard?
I set the lady's head on fire. And
Uh-huh.
he just smiles.
Smiles like.
Oh, just
Why?
a second.
Okay.
Hey, I had to make a distraction.
Speaking of,
You were just supposed to get badges.
I did, and he holds out 4 badges.
You guys then see your bracelets start to glow again.
Oh god, here we go.
I have a question to ask Max.
Yes?
To charge the Leone stones, I have Crusader's Mantle.
Yeah.
Would I be able to use that to, instead of giving everyone extra 1d4 radiant damage when hitting with a weapon or an unarmed strike, use it to try and fill the Leone stones that we have with radiant energy instead?
That works. So the Leon stones are basically kind of like Paul's glasses, but instead of spells being held, it holds the element of the magic you put in it as like a big magical charge.
I say Roger has a radiant beacon.
I'm just thinking of Crusader's Mantle, since it affects in a 30-foot area, it would be able to affect all the stones at once. Radiant Beacon might not be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So what will the group do now as your bracelets start glowing?
I think we should fill our stones first, just in case. We don't want them filling up with necrotic energy after all.
Paul, it was at this moment that you remember the treatment for your condition.
I don't think this is a good idea.
Are you
What?
telling that to me or to them?
To them.
No, what's a good idea?
He's gonna hold up his hand to show the bracelet. I don't think we should touch it this time.
We can't exactly do anything unless we proceed forward with whatever this trial is. We're locked in. When we first went through that portal, there was no way back out. We have to go through. Otherwise, we're just trapped forever, or until we die.
And I don't intend.
I
on
kind of already
dying.
have a head start on you on that.
So Paul, will you inform them of what you found out about the way to treat your condition?
There's a way to get rid of this, supposedly.
Do tell.
He's gonna look over at Roger.
It involves
Spit it out.
being treated with radiant magic and not in a fun way.
Oh, well,
Not in a way that feels nice
Well.
or healing or nothing.
can't help you there.
Do we know how much radiant energy it has to do?
I don't really like it to begin with.
Not sure.
I know, because of your whole heritage, it's either that or you die from necrotic poisoning.
Or you ask your father to help you.
I'll take the radiance.
No despotter sandwiches for you.
Well,
So, who wants to blast Paul with concentrated I was about to say radiation. Radiant energy.
I
I mean,
mean,
this is basically radiation treatment.
I can do that with Divine Smite, but at the same time, that's also going to hurt him a lot.
Kanan, you look through the door again and you see the room to the infirmary that the others were talking about. Looks like it's guarded by two dwarves, but you, as a chief medical officer, should be able to get through now. And in your mind, you think it's a private enough place to probably treat, quote unquote, Paul.
You too.
Sorry, who are you?
I'm Chief.
You're the Dragonborn from earlier.
I'm Chief Medical Officer Terranol, and I have a patient that needs immediate treatment.
ID, please.
He's gonna give him the ID card.
Oh, I see. They see your access low. It goes like, no, sorry about that, sir. You know, can't be too careful.
Of course.
You see they press a button and open the door for you.
He's gonna motion for everyone to get in.
And who would these be, sir?
He's my assistant. The other one.
IDs, please.
Oh God.
Palmer just presents his ID.
Well, that one looks like he has the black lung. He
Wait.
must be the patient.
Yes, he is.
Mhm.
Now, could you please speed up this process so I can treat my
You-
patient?
You see, they put on protective masks of some sort and then start, processing you through.
Where did you get that equipment?
Just goes like, oh, these are just the masks. If you mean the protective suits, unfortunately, you're gonna have to get them at the queue.
I see. And there's none in the infirmary.
Unfortunately, we're running low, sir. A lot of the adventurers we hire, no offense, they look over at Paul and Roger, tend to go through them pretty quick.
And
Turns out even with the
there's
protective suits, the necrotic energy tends to wear on them over time.
and there's none in this corner of the facility. None at all. None for your bosses or
There's
one
one
of higher
for the
up.
chief medical examiner,
I see.
which is you, thankfully, but I fear your companions may not have ones. They're going to have to make do with just masks for now.
Could you please provide them with masks?
Sure, sirs. You see, they give you all like surgical-like masks.
Can't believe we're reliving COVID.
I was going to say. Can't believe it's the
Gotta
pandemic
stand
all
6
over
feet
again.
apart.
Where's our anti-vaxxers here?
That would be Faye.
I need.
You see, the door opens and allows you all in. Please put this on, Chief Medical Officer. You see, they seem to give you a very, very stuffy-looking, almost. Well, I mean, he doesn't know what an astronaut is, but like for us, it's like almost like an astronaut suit.
Thank you. And he's gonna put it on, and he's like, "Oh, there's no hole for my tail," and he's just gonna
Yeah, you
have
can
to make
definitely
do.
tell you can definitely tell it wasn't made for Dragonborns. There's no tail hole, and your horns are still kind of poking at the top of the helmet.
I will be right back. Hang on.
Break time? Break time?
Yeah,
Oh.
we can take a small 5-minute break. Pee, get food, that kind of thing. Be right back, guys. Reconvene in 5 minutes.
Yay!
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yo. Also loving the colors on Curia, Mel.
Thank you.
I have sweet chili with me.
Nice.
Alright, I am back. Shrine is almost on her way back. I don't know who all else is back.
Welcome back. Is
I'm
Shrine back too?
Yes.
I am now back, yes.
Yo. Okay. Everybody good? Okay. In which case we can continue. As you guys head through the facility, you see another dwarf already in there. He seems to be behind the medical desks here and just goes like, "Oh, I wasn't informed that there'd be another patient coming in."
It's an emergency.
I'm sorry, but who are you, sir?
I'm Chief Medical Officer Terranal. Who are you?
Well, I'm just the medical examiner here. I didn't realize that there was a chief involved.
I was brought in from outsource.
Ah, I see. Well, that explains, you know.
Explains what?
Well, we're all dwarves here, sir. You stick out like a sore thumb, if I may say.
Not
But
like exactly a
um,
bad thing.
it's not, sir. I'm quite frankly happy to get any kind of help here if possible.
Hmm.
Be able to gladly get your insight if possible on this matter. To catch you up, the patients here have been undergoing some sort of disease from the exposure to the necrotic energies downstairs.
It's affecting their very flesh, their muscles, and quite possibly their souls.
So you were briefed on the matter.
Yes, I was.
Yes, well, how far along is this one? He points to Paul.
He doesn't have long to live if we don't try this treatment I had in mind right now. I
His
would
appearance
say
is-
hours,
go ahead, sorry.
perhaps. I would say he has hours to live, perhaps.
Oh dear.
Hmm.
The diagnosis is that severe.
Quite.
Well, that would explain for his strange appearance. It must be mutating his body.
Oh no, he's
Wow.
a Cambion.
Thanks.
He just goes like, well, I do believe I do see that on his ID card. Cambion is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we can try radiation treatment, but I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Do tell.
Well, the radiation treatment, it's rather intense, and in order to burn out the necrotic infection in the flesh, we need to combine it with
What?
some. Yes.
Radiance.
Well,
Let him finish.
the radiance is all fine and good, but we have to also include an element of flames in order to burn the infection out, since it corrupts the body.
I see.
So we, unfortunately, he points to the little canister on his desk. Our implement for using flames is rather put out right now, so
Well, that's
I'm
why
at a
I'm
loss.
here.
I'm sorry, sir. I just don't know how safe that would be. I know Dragonborn physiology allows for your,
You know nothing
know.
of my kind.
What if somebody is mostly resistant to that?
He goes like, well, I mean, then I suppose the fellow will be quite lucky then. But, I mean, you're not a tiefling, though.
Right. It's on his
In any
mother's
case,
side.
this will require some precision. Are you already briefed on the procedure, Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes.
All right. Well, I suppose I'll let you get to it. I need to get to some other paperwork that need signing to get some more supplies.
Is there a table that Paul could lie on?
Unfortunately, there is a pod here.
A pod.
It looks like it's a pod with clasps for your feet and hands.
Oh no. No, 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 no.
Honestly, what kind of infirmary is this without having any beds? And he's gonna scream that out loud.
You see the two clerks just kind of awkward look at each other and goes, I told you this place shit. We don't get paid enough for this.
What is this circular? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about.
Yeah,
the,
I know.
the
I'm
pod.
role playing it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, this is totally barbaric. Well, Mr. Cambion, looks
No.
like we're gonna have to treat you with this.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Do you want to die then?
If I am, it's gonna be outside of that.
Oh my gods.
Can't I just stand here?
It doesn't look like it.
Mai có gì làm không?
Ừ?
Mai có gì làm không?
Phải hỏi chủ trước. Sorry about that, continue.
Can't we just like drag one of the beds from the other rooms?
I don't think that's possible.
Mm.
I don't want you to go through it either, man, but it's all we got.
You don't even have to go through anything.
Well, if you didn't touch
roll
anything,
for con saving throw.
you know, I look your body speak for itself.
Add 5.
Nice roll though. You cough more hoarsely again, but this time, thankfully, you don't cough out more black soot, but you can start to feel it build up in the back of your throat.
Your choice,
Almost like-
Paul.
Tainted oil.
The sooner we get through it, the
Fine.
better.
Fine, but
And,
you are not putting those things on me.
And unfortunately enough, Kanan, you also see implements on the wall fixture next to the pod. One of them being a wooden little stick that looks like it has teeth marks on it.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
What is that, like a brace or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Biting
You
down
know, like
to
you bite
stop the
down on it.
scream.
Yeah.
He's gonna take the piece of wood. You know, if you need to scream, we can use this if you want.
Paul is just gonna look deadpan at Kanan.
Consider this consequence for touching everything that you don't know what is.
Like you're any better, and he's gonna grab the stick.
Roger is going to kind of like put his hand around Paul's shoulders and just be like, "All right, look, you can get through this. We've been through worse. You've been through worse. We can get through this, all right?"
Talking to a kid
And
who's trying to get his
essen-
shot.
Essentially, he's going to use this to get him bardic inspiration.
Nice.
I give him a little pep talk. It's fine.
So you get bardic inspiration, Paul.
Yippee.
No. All right. So
I'll be right here. Literally, Roger's doing the whole "I'm gonna hold your hand" and everything. Like,
yeah, you're holding this hand even as you're helping to clasp him to the device.
Can't we just like not use these? Could we use not?
Kane's gonna clasp him in.
is that really necessary?
Do you want him, like, writhing all over the place? You need to keep him in one spot for this treatment. And listen, I don't want to do this any more than you do, but if we want him to live, he's gonna have to sit still while this treatment is going on. I mean, it's your call.
It's really not.
I'm not gonna do it unless you say so.
Consent.
Fine.
He's gonna nod and he's gonna, like, clasp him in as gently as he can.
What's the safe word?
Roger's just holding his hand, and Roger also like has his tail wrapped around Paul's tail.
You take this little moment of calm before the storm to try and reassure him in his anxiety.
I'm gonna be right here the whole time. I ain't leaving you. And if shit looks like it's going sideways, I will get you out of there myself.
Okay.
So, this is
If
going
I
to
die, do you want
require...
a sandwich?
He looks horrified for a second until he realizes what you mean. He's just like, very funny.
So, this is going to take some cooperation between Falmouth and Kanan in the precision of this. So, here's the thing. Because you're a Cambion, Paul, you're not exactly resistant to radiant.
Not
And
at all.
but you are resistant to fire, so there needs to be an equal balance between the fire and the radiance in order
Oh.
to
Can he?
properly excise this from your body.
Quick question. Can he
Cool.
be healed at all?
What do you say?
Like, can he be healed at all?
He can be
Like-
healed. Yeah, because I don't count healing magic as radiance, technically.
Okay. Well, no. I'm saying, can he be healed, like, before we do this?
Yeah.
Alright. That's what
I
Ryan's
have a
fucking doing.
question.
Yeah.
Can Kanan wrap Sedna's good luck bracelet around Paul's wrist?
Yes, you can.
Alright.
Not like he can do anything about it right now.
He's gonna do so, and he's gonna temporarily wrap it around his wrist. It's from my sister.
Thanks.
So, With this good luck bracelet, you can add a +2 to any of your saving throws, Paul.
Woo.
Now, take your positions, please, Falmouth and Kanan.
Well, where's the positions at?
The position you think that would be safe enough for you to blast Paul without accidentally also blasting Roger since he wants to be near him.
I guess I could make my fire into a streamline instead of just a cone.
Yep,
Well,
you
So-
certainly can.
so he's gonna stand over
There-
here.
And according to the medical officer's notes, you're gonna have to aim right at his lungs.
Oh.
Do you want me to? Do you want me to talk you through this procedure, or do you?
No, just fucking do it.
All right then.
Are
It-
you,
It's
are you
gonna.
role playing holding the thing in your mouth? That's awesome. That's fucking
It's
awesome.
going to hurt a lot.
Oh, no shit.
Okay, so Kanan's going to charge his fire breath. The fuck?
Okay. Falmouth, are you ready with your radiance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how this is going to work? Since there needs to be a balance between the radiance and the fire breath, the amount of radiance versus fire damage or whatever it is that you're putting out needs to be about 10 digits close to each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So within 10. Okay, yeah.
So, who wants to go first?
I'll go first, I guess. Wee.
Oh my god.
So, concentrated in a line, you charge up your fire breath to try and save your friends. All the while, Alecris in your head just goes like, with one little accident, you could just fry him and say it was an accident.
He's gonna ignore his grandfather.
And so that's a 24 on fire damage with the resistance. Paul.
Is 12.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, Falmouth, whatever radiant thing you're putting out, it needs to be within 10 digits of 12. So that's good. That's at least
So 2 to 22
Easy.
damage. So from 2 damage to 22 damage.
yes. So that's an easy one to match.
Yes, it is. Thankfully, Falmouth has just going to use a simple dagger. Because remember that his attacks do 1d8 radiant damage because of radiant strikes.
Yes.
Oh, so you're gonna stab him.
Think of it as like a think of it as a scalpel.
Roger sees him pull out that dagger. Goes, whoa, wait, hold on a second. What?
Yeah, as you're saying that, Roger, the flame breath is already going though. It's like it's already like kind of drilling into Paul.
Okay, but he was expecting the fire breath. This he's not expecting.
Think of it as a scalpel.
So, Falmouth, what would you do with the dagger?
He's just going to use it as like a simple scalpel and the radiant damage from the 1d8 radiant damage, which should be manageable.
Go right ahead.
Oh, that noise was not good.
Okay. Now, that is within the range, thankfully. So, with Kanan's precisely aimed fire breath, Kanan, you start to feel a little tick as your eye twitches a little bit as the fire breath goes a little more intense than usual for a moment, and you just hear Alecus goes, "Oops."
Kanan is going to say in his mind, "Don't."
What? That was an accident, I swear.
Don't.
He's breaking the
And
oath again.
meanwhile, Fulmouth, you precisely notice from where Kanan's firing the fire, where there's dark plumes of energy coming from Paul's chest and lungs, and you make a precise cut at that location to let the plumes of energy out. And this is gonna hurt uh, Paul, or at least sting, because it feels like somebody just cut you across the chest. But there's also a strange sense of relief as it feels like corruption leaving through your chest wound right now.
Mm.
Roger's just hanging on to
Yeah.
his boy's head.
Yeah, you feel him squeeze onto it pretty hard as the pain from the flames and the cut is pretty apparent. And go ahead and roll for a con saving throw with advantage, Paul.
Yay. Holy shit.
Thankfully with advantage. Oh
Seriously!
no!
Add 5. 11.
Yeah, so not bad. So in total, the damage you take is, let's see, 12 plus 7, so that's just 19. And since you failed the con saving throw, that's going to be an additional 2d8 extra on top of that. So go ahead and just roll 2d8.
Yay.
So 30 damage.
Yeah, so you take 30 damage total from the procedure.
Cool.
But thanks to that procedure, you start to breathe a little easier and less shallow like, though your wound is still there for now. And you find that the exhaustion is also leaving your body. So you also cure yourself of exhaustion. Well, don't give him more exhaustion. Fucking take it away. There you go. And you are now no longer poisoned by necrotic energy.
Turn it over. Feeling alright?
Feel better.
Okay, good.
Kanan, you can do a checkup on him if you wish, if you don't want to do a medicine check.
Okay. Stop, Winston.
Wait, was that it?
I think so.
You check on him, and there's the wound that still needs to be dressed or healed. But other than that, it seems like the black blood that's seeping through his wound is escaping from his system, thankfully.
Your vitals are stabilizing, and it looks like the necrotic energy is leaving your body. It looks like you're on the mend. Your wound just needs to be dressed up and healed.
Okay. Well, can you do that fast so you can get me out of this thing?
I know, calm down. Are there any needles and sutures?
Yes.
Where?
Nearby, next to where you found the thing for him to bite on.
Okay.
I mean, we don't still need him in this, do we?
I would rather keep him still until his wound is dressed up and cleaned.
Or you could let me out. He's gonna start struggling.
As you start struggling, the black blood's kind of moving around.
Stop moving.
Hang on, darling.
So Kanan, going as fast as he can without screwing up, he's going to clean the wound of any necrotic goopiness or anything like that.
Yeah, you still have your herbalism, or I think it was a doctor kit, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's enough for you to like skillfully be able to suture them back together.
Yep.
Necrotic goopiness.
Necrotic
Goopiness. Yeah,
And
you clean off the excess black blood goop with a little handkerchief. But in the meantime, you were able to sew up his little knife wound.
and he's gonna bite the sutura in between his teeth to cut it off, and it's gonna make a nice tight bow so it doesn't come apart. All right, you're all done.
Good, let me out.
And hold on.
Right,
Paul's
right, Roger.
undoing the glass
I'm about to
next.
say, right, Roger's already working on it.
Paul is like gonna immediately jump out of it and just kind of shake like a shudder down his spine.
Like a dog.
Yep.
Kanan's
Papa
going to slowly put his fingers like at Paul's wrist to make sure there's nothing else out of whack, and then he'll
What are
quietly
you doing?
calm down. I'm just checking you. And then when he's satisfied, he will take the bracelet back. Now
His pulse seems to be returning to normal.
it's gonna burn for a while, so take it easy.
Thanks, I guess.
You're welcome.
Roger just immediately hugs on to Paul.
Paul just immediately wraps his tail around Roger's waist.
Oh, jeez.
With that done, the executive chief officer from before returns and goes like, "How's the procedure going, sir?"
The procedure's finished.
And he just goes like, "Oh, was he able to use the heating pod all right?"
The what?
The what?
The pod over there.
Oh, it didn't work right. I had to use my breath.
Oh goodness, that must have hurt. Because you see, if you activate that pod using the button over there, it just heats you up automatically.
Ah, well. I prefer.
Paul is just staring at this.
Kanan's
Dude.
like, oh, well, I prefer the hands-on experience rather than using technology I don't quite understand.
Ah,
Regardless, the patient will recover. The
ah,
burn
war
will.
medic experience, sir.
Say it again.
War medic experience, I'm guessing, sir.
Yes.
Yes, and same here. He extends a hand out to you.
He will shake his hand, and he will pat Paul on the shoulder. My patient will make a full recovery.
I am going to fight.
You're gonna
He's
what?
You're gonna what?
Paul just mutters, I am going to fight somebody.
Save it till you're recovered. You'll probably need a couple of days in bed.
Hmm.
I can make sure he gets it.
Good.
Dude. And the medical officer takes a look at Paul and just goes like, "Oh wow, you really did excise it manually." Judging from the scorch marks on his clothing, anyway.
I didn't use too much flame.
Ah,
And my
very
assistant here is very excellent with a scalpel.
scalpel.
Yes.
Yes,
just
it
goes-
stabbed me.
Oh, geez. I mean, the pod was supposed to also offer that.
Again, I don't know the technology
Paul's eye
well.
just twitches.
Kanan's like, again, I didn't know the technology well. I prefer to use my own equipment.
I would love to know how you approach this process,
No, you
medical
don't.
chief examiner.
Of course. My assistant is also a very strong paladin, so we utilize his radiant energies along with my fire breath to cauterize the blood out.
Ah, very good. Wow, medical paladins.
Yes,
Progressive days nowadays.
it's a thing of the future. he's gonna write down his procedure and he's gonna hand it to the medical examiner.
Excellent, sir. I don't know how many other dragonborns we can find to help with this procedure, but it will be good in the process of refining our healing process for this affliction.
Something to put in the
Your friend,
backlog.
your friend here must have been quite lucky to have you come in such an early time in the process of the disease. Usually they'd, well, let's just say it's not pretty, sir. You've probably seen the photos.
Yes, I've seen them. Quite gruesome.
Behind the guy's back, like not two fall, but to Kanan. Roger's just giving him the thumbs up, like a good job on bluffing your way through
Like
this
a stagecoach.
bullshit.
See, well, like it kind of helps that Kanan does know stuff about like being a doctor, so it kind of helped him bluff his way through, and Kanan's just gonna give like Roger like a side smile.
A method actor.
We'll be on your way, and we'll get out of your hair.
Excellent. Yes. Thank you for all your help, Chief Medical Examiner. The
He's-
office will be open for you whenever.
He's gonna nod, and he's gonna take his leave with his hands behind his back.
Just like old Chinese men.
Paul's just glaring at the door.
And he says that, oh, do you need some painkillers for your trouble, sir?
No, but do you have an access code?
Unfortunately, if you're talking about the lift one, I was not given it. Just the infirmary head, you see.
Right. What kind of painkillers?
And this girl's like, oh, quite potent ones. I mean, they're meant for dwarves. I don't know how much you'll be able to handle that.
I'll take that.
He's got it. Trust me.
Okay. He gives you a tiny little like canister that looks like it has like bright orange pills in there.
Paul's gonna hold it up and just be like,
Now I don't
"Ooh."
take any more than just one pellet around 3 hours. If you need them, take them as needed, not
All willy
well.
nilly.
Yes.
Paul is just gonna nod and be like, "Oh yeah, my dad had me take 3 of these at a time. Don't worry."
Yeah, your father.
Yeah, he's a dwarf.
Ah, I have a boy myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where's he
He
at?
shows you a tiny little drawn picture of his son. And strangely enough, it kind of looks like one of your dads when he was younger.
Oh.
Oh, fuck you.
You see a tiny dwarven child holding the hand of the chief medical examiner back before he had a beard. Now, which father it is, I leave that up to you.
Paul is gonna look at the picture and trying to, do the smile and just nod, but at the same time, I'm sure to Roger it's kind of obvious he is suddenly uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, absolutely. His boy's viscerally uncomfortable. He does not know why. He just knows he is.
Yeah. I haven't seen my boy for a while, but, sure the wife at home is taking good care of him.
How long?
I mean, feel ashamed to almost say it, but it's been a good 3 years, but you know how it is with projects.
Right. He's gonna pass the drawing back over. Well, I hope you get home soon.
I hope so as well.
Yikes.
And
Now
Paul
remember-
is just gonna sullenly walk out of the room.
Now remember, once every 3 hours, if you need it, only, not willy-nilly.
Right.
Roger's just gonna follow Paul. Like, what was that all about? What was that all about?
Mm,
What was it all about? What was going on?
I'll explain later.
So, your bracelets start to glow again once you resume at the rec room.
Like I said, one thing I want to do before we do anything further is to charge the leaving with Radiant.
You are free to do so.
So almost going to cast Crusader's Mantle, but he's gonna focus the Radiant energy on the
You
Rune
see,
Stones.
in reaction to the magic burst you just did, one of the Sentinel drones kind of points its view over to you.
Yeah, maybe don't do that in front of the
Yeah.
sentinels.
Yeah, you already finished the process, but it's looking at you guys like, no magic allowed in rec room.
Oh, jeez, that wasn't explained.
Once he sees the magic dissipate, he goes back to position.
You know, you think they would have like a sign up or something?
You hear one of the dwarves nearby go, it's like, I know, right?
Me at work.
You pass by the lady you stole the lunch from, and again, by this time she only has a tiny little fruit cup left, but she possessively holds it away from you. Oh, what now?
Do you know who has the access code?
He goes like, hell if I know. I mean, I think the last guy who had it kind of had an like a little vacation or something. He says he'll be back later though. I don't know how long, but he says he'll be back later.
There's no one else that has the access code.
It says she shrugs. Oh, I know. I mean, not unless you can like, I don't know, just speed things up here because I don't know when the guy's coming back.
He's gonna take her fruit
It's
cup.
Wow!
And he's gonna hold it in the air.
roll for a sleight of hand.
So mean.
Oh my god. you, you jack her fruit cup in front of her and she just goes like, oh, come on.
Seriously?
You don't know anybody? Or anybody that knows anybody?
Paul wants to go over and try to grab the cup.
Kane is kind of like ninja away from ninja away.
Kanan, give it back.
Just calm down. I'm just asking questions.
It's just like, look, why the hell would I lie to you? I barely even know you. Look, all I know is the guy who had the access code last decided to take some off time since we have to wait here anyway.
Is he still in the facility?
No, I think it last left or something.
Well, thank you for your help, Miss Dwarf. And he's gonna give her back the fruit cup. And he's gonna poke her on the nose.
He just goes like, asshole.
Yeah, you love it.
Paul's gonna look over at her and just be like, sorry for him.
Just goes like,
Can't
Huh?
take him anywhere.
and he goes like, I mean, can't get any respect as a woman in the workplace, to be honest.
I've heard that before.
Now,
So no
Will you
one
team
has the code? Like, no one at all?
so the deal here is, as far as you guys are able to garner from the other peoples here, the code changes, and it's given to a different researcher to give to everyone else from time to time. The fuck up here in bureaucracy is that they happen to give it to the guy who's on vacation,
Which
and
means
he isn't
No
coming
one can
back
get in.
until a future time.
I'm gonna say I have a feeling we need to use our bracelets.
Uh-huh.
It was a pleasure, Miss.
She just goes, Liliana.
Liliana. I'll have to remember that name.
Uh-huh, yeah, I'm sure, with how much respect you've shown me so far.
Oh, I was just teasing you.
She just goes, I've heard that before.
What?
What's
I
your
like
last
strong
name?
women.
What you ask, Paul?
What's your last name?
It just goes like Stoneheart. Why?
He's gonna kind of look away, just so we remember.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Oh,
So, are you guys activating the bracelet?
Yeah, I guess.
yep.
Yep.
Mm.
So, you're back in the spider's nest, though it looks like they're still sleeping at this time. And from what you now know of the layout of this place, before it was ruined, before you lies the door to the dormitory rooms.
I'm still waiting for mine to load. I'm at 78%.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was something.
It was educational.
It was enlightening.
We wanna take a
You
look.
guys notice that you're still holding on to the ID cards. And also the part that Kanan retrieved for repairs.
I guess we probably maybe take a look. I don't know. I
Something
mean,
may have changed. Something may have changed in the dormitory section.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Something might have changed.
The music's playing, right? Just making sure.
The ambience, yes.
Ambiances, yeah.
What? There's supposed to be music. What the?
Nope.
Just really creepy goddamn ambience.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember now. God damn it.
Well, let's just. Oh, now I hear it.
The ruined door slowly slides open to you, revealing what was once the clean dormitory hallway, left now in disrepair with a long streak of blood that leads to this room that Roger is next to.
Roger opens the door, looks inside. Nope.
And also a long streak with a severed arm at the very end that you can see.
Oh, lovely.
Paul, Kanan, you two okay?
I am not moving.
So, Jab suggested for Paul's problem a holy water enema.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Mel, just to let you know, there are still spider enemies in this room that are sleeping. I just made them invisible just to not trigger you, so
Ugh.
yeah.
So now there's invisible spiders. Now you really don't know where they are.
Mm.
Yeah, let me see if I can mark them somehow to make them visible but not disturbing.
Let's just keep going. It's fine.
Okay. Meanwhile, Paul is on the opposite side.
He's staring at what used to be the infirmary.
Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, the infirmary is completely destroyed. You look inside and see nothing but charred remains of about just 20% of the room left.
He's gonna kind of look around on the floor, see if he can find a particular thing.
You find a charred remains of a sketched picture, the same one you saw from before.
Is it one that crumbles into pieces, or is it something that he can still pick up?
Yeah, you can still pick it up, but it's in like charred remain pieces.
He's gonna pick it up.
Okay, so which room are you guys exploring first? Sorry, I know you guys were exploring, but like I'm
Oh,
doing things one at a time
No,
here.
no, yeah, no. We were just do the open the door thing, peek inside, see what's in there, close the door slowly. Roger's just gonna be like, the door right there, and he's gonna point the door next to him.
So, just to explain this hallway further, so these bedrooms are now are crumbling at the seams, and they smell heavily of rot. And you see large mounds that start rustling like shadows across the wall, creepily not indicating to you where they're coming from, but they're angled large enough to make them look like large shadows moving.
Okay.
I don't care for that. But Roger's gonna point at the door next to him and be like, so there's something in there. I didn't quite catch a glimpse. I just saw it move a little bit, and I just shut the door because that's yeah, no, I ain't doing that by myself.
I could use my breath weapon to try and freeze most of them.
I don't even know what it was, so
Someone can try and stealthily look back inside, but they would have to roll for stealth.
Yeah, Fallmouth is not good at that.
you know what? Roger will give it a shot.
Go ahead.
Okay, so 18.
Nice. You stealthily kind of have the door slide and take a quick peek, and unfortunately, you see kind of creepy chittering and chattering in the corner of the room with 4 shadowy figures there. When you squint your eyes, you see that they are unfortunately baby purple worms that are feasting upon corpses. And you see about 4 of them.
Roger slowly slides the door back shut. There's I don't think we want to go in that room. There's 4 purple worms in there. Little ones, but they're purple worms, all right.
Okay.
In fact, I think we should probably bar that door or something. I don't think anyone wants to go in that room.
There might be something in there that we need, though, which they might be in the way of.
Yeah, we also could end up like the fella who they're eating on too. I mean, those things deadly. They're poisonous, right?
Yes, they are.
You move into the other room, what was once room number 5, and you see several feet of the room is now impeded by splintered furniture, making a waist-high level obstacle. And you see pieces of rotten wood that don't belong to the furniture littered on the far side of the room.
Well,
And even creepier, on the walls, you see carvings now of a giant face within a large circle that seems to have cracks that are drawn in jagged edges all over the wall.
Roger's gonna grab like the back of Balma's cave and be like, maybe not that room either. Paul gonna peek in that room and see that face on that wall?
Yeah, Paul, you notice that wall mural as you pass by the open door, and it matches the thing you saw in your haunted visions perfectly.
He just frowns and he's not gonna say anything.
Inside this makeshift tinker's workshop that you were in previously, you now see that it's been completely left to be dirtied and worn over time, though it is less in disrepair than the other rooms. And through it, you find some scattered notes that have been left on the floor. And you guys can roll an investigation check.
Did my investigation roll go up?
Yeah, you get a 17.
Okay.
So, Falmouth, you're able to find in one of the scattered notes some sort of code. And after viewing it through a little bit, you were able to decipher that it is actually the access code that you were looking for.
Okay. Well, I think I've done
Disturbingly, though, through the other notes that you and Roger were reading through, you see several notes mentioning researchers not receiving responses from their fellows who are tenured at these labs, and also reports of screaming in the night from the other dorm rooms from some of the researchers. And eventually, you start seeing an accident report in which one researcher rammed an entire kitchen knife right through the skull of another researcher while they were working.
Well, that explains the lack of any weapons or sharp implements going into executive area.
You then feel a knot in your stomach, Falmouth, but not from yourself, from your pack partner.
Era, something in your mind?
This affliction. It's the same.
Didn't Strahd cause that?
It's the same. The black soot, blood, everything. The madness that overtook them.
Didn't
And
you
that
say?
he,
Didn't you say Strahd caused that to happen? First with Era, and then gradually with the others.
I did, but that vile shepherd, it had to have been Strahd, but I don't know.
Maybe not.
With this confusion nonetheless, you guys now have the access code to the lift.
Are we all privy to that conversation with Era or no?
Not unless Falmouth was speaking out loud.
Almost would have been speaking out loud.
Then yes,
Would-
you are now all privy.
Roger is just gonna be like, I mean, technically speaking, Strahd funded this place, so at the end of the day, it's still him.
Possibly, but if he wanted them to take whatever it is out, then why would he cause them to have this madness and jeopardize himself being able to get what's in there?
Maybe he already got what he wanted and just left the rest. Roger
Possible.
wants to sort of peek into these chests that are in here just to see if there's anything of interest and or use.
You peek into one of the chests, and unfortunately, you see an entire mangled body stuffed inside.
Oh goodness.
Oh.
It
Okay.
seems like whoever was there was forcibly, quite literally, squeezed in there.
So just gonna shut that real carefully. Him looks at the next chest. I don't know if I'd.
Yeah. Paul,
Fuck it.
you look through the next chest, and fortunately, no bodies this time, but you do find 2 potions of greater healing.
Roger's just gonna kind of pack those away.
Yep, I will put them in your inventory. Give me 1 sec.
You're talking about that body being crammed in there, and I just think of that scene in Junji Ito's Uzumaki.
Yep, basically what I'm thinking of too.
Advocate the spiral. Jab, is this sangria? It is now.
Okay, you now have 2 potions of greater healing.
Roger considers the other chests, but then he looks at that side of the room and remembers what happened with Paul and is just like, nope, I'm good. I'm out of here.
So, Paul, you return to the room with the disassembled security golem from before. This time, you see that instead of being in a resting state, the metal golem has become simply just a large pile of rusting metal that takes up the entire middle space of the room. And you see the flooring is now marked with tiny holes.
What kind of tiny holes?
Holes that look like they were made with edged tools.
He's not even gonna think about it. Right now, he is just not. He's not having a good time.
So, what will the group do now?
So, the other rooms around here also don't look too good. Okay, what the hell's going on there? Okay. Also don't look too good. I don't know. I mean, they're all fucking wreck, but I don't know like what you wanna check out. I know one of them. I don't know what's going on with one of them. Something look real off in there.
Which one?
That he's gonna point back down where Kanan is, and it's like the one by Kanan.
You look through that room. As you enter, the scales on your body begin to itch from something that's in the air. Somehow broken furniture litters the ceiling instead of the ground.
Oh, nah.
Oh, it's just like immediately like, nope.
Paul, in that room you're in, give me a second. So you still see the black charcoal line that splits the room from before, that splits it in half. And you see the floor is covered by tiny pieces of something that's coated in grime and dust, with the barest hint of an image. There's a large bed on the side of the room that looks like if someone took an axe to it, while broken bits of wood and glass dominate the middle of the room. And unfortunately, where the bed lies split in half, it looks like there was also remnants of a body that was also split in half.
Yeah, he's gonna look away from that. Was this the room that had, like, the music box, or was that the one up there?
The
That was the
bottom
one. Up. No, no, this was the one.
Yep, that was the one.
Is there anything left of that?
Nope. It's completely crushed and destroyed.
He is gonna step out of the room, just sigh and close the door. Why are we still here?
I mean, that's a good question in general.
So, Roger, you look up to the old room that used to look like its own little mini apartment, and you see broken picture frames thrown across the room, holding shreds of what was once used to be images of a humanoid golden finch and a scrawny male half giant. Paint has now faded on it, and large chunks of the paintings are missing. And a large, acrid smell burns through your nose and seems strongest in the far corner of the room.
The far corner, like over here.
Over here behind the covers.
I'm just gonna kind of move sidelong to see if he can see anything, like looking across the bed.
You see a completely mangled, looked like cannibalized humanoid finch on there.
Okay. We're just gonna not. Is this the room with the crazy scrawlings, or was it the room next to it?
Let me double check just to make sure. Yeah, that was the room with the crazy ass scrawlings.
Okay. Is it bad to say that, like, this actually looks like an improvement? Like a slight improvement? It's not much of an improvement, but it's a slight improvement. Minus the...
Yeah.
He's gonna look over it, minus the leg sticking out from underneath there.
It looks like a small improvement at first until you bring your eye periphery over to something hanging overhead that you saw shadowed. And unfortunately, now with even more bold etchings and writings of Kray's rantings on the wall behind, you see just hanging viscera and eyeballs that have been severed and now left hanging there, and the text behind that says, "Now we all see for him."
Okay, nope, we're good. We're good. Yeah, That's fine. That's fine, Dandy.
Roger.
Yes.
That first room down there,
Yeah.
that's what I saw.
Wait. What do you mean?
In the first room down here.
There's one here.
Mm-hmm.
What the? Oh. When you touch the thing?
That's what I saw.
Roger's tail just kind of wraps around Paul's tail.
So as you guys investigate these rooms, it's becoming more and more clear to you the way that the mental state of the researchers and workers here devolved over time until they just eventually destroyed themselves out of madness.
So, Andrea said that what happened here mimics what happened in Argynvostolt with the corruption of Era paladins. Whether it's Strahd or dark powers that he mentioned back at that audience, I don't know.
If got something that can do something like this. Roger's just gonna kind of shake his head, and it's just like, how are we gonna do anything?
Well, there has to be some sort of weapon that can be used against him.
I mean, what if he set this loose in Valaki? Or any town, for that matter. The manor, for that matter.
Whatever it is, we need to finish up here quickly. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get back.
Like I said before.
Yeah.
We have the access code.
Can we even get...
With everyone joined back in the spider's nest, your bracelets start glowing as the spiders seem like they're about to wake up.
Quickly now.
You all activate the bracelet to go back. Oh, Mel. I swear to God, I am taking away your soundboard privileges, woman.
You say that every
Damn.
session and you don't. You say that every session, you still haven't.
She picks the most appropriate times.
Problem is, we still don't have suits. Oh, Kanan does. Well, Terraval does, but the rest of us don't.
Like if we charged up one of the rocks?
They're charged with radiant energy, so they shouldn't be filled with necrotic once they go in.
it provide any protection?
I don't know. It might. Would that I had the Aura of Life spell. Then that could have protected us from necrotic more easily.
Mhm. You guys see that the queue heading into the lift, they do provide some suits. As you saw from before when you were first here.
Well, we can get the suits from there. We have the access code, we have the ID cards, we have everything we need. Well, almost everything. We still need to repair the lift.
What do you think's gonna happen if we do this?
For all I know, it might set in motion the events that caused what we saw.
Like, could this screw things up in our time?
I don't know. I can't really say. But as it stands, we're trapped. The only thing we can do is go through. We can't go back where we came.
Yeah.
So let's go through and stop dawdling.
Never mind, I wouldn't be so pressed for target. Such rest in magic.
We should warn them.
Identification, please.
He's gonna give him his card.
Chief Medical Officer.
Yes.
Well, that's
Excuse
seems
me.
like you already have your own protective suit.
Yes, it was given to me by the examiner in the infirmary after I had to treat a patient.
We usually don't send the doctors down there.
I'm kind of a special one.
I can see that since you're one of them scalies.
A dragonborn. Say it right, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Regardless, you and the other one there are gonna have to suit up. So you see some protective suits are given to you, Falmouth. 2 extras. I'm assuming you're taking some bodyguards down there with you.
Of course, the ones that are lagging behind talking to the other dwarves.
Okay, if there's a reason I'm lagging behind, it's because mine has decided that I'm gonna, 1, be in the mine instead of where you guys are at. And
Wait,
2,
My
You're not on the
browser
same map?
crashed.
yeah, yeah. No, I can.
Okay.
You know, it's okay. I'm refreshing.
Okay.
Because I mean, if you want to move us up with you guys, like, feel free.
I'll move them up.
Yes.
I mean, at this point, Paul doesn't want to go anywhere.
Awfully unique looking lot we got today.
The most unique you'll probably ever see.
Yeah, well, remember your contracts. You're not to speak of anything you see down there. You're not to complain.
Of
And
course.
you are at all costs not meant to go near the excavation site room unless allowed.
Of
Is
course.
that clear?
Of course. See no
Understood.
evil, speak no evil, hear no evil.
Good. You got a new test subject down there, so be on your best behavior.
Of course, gentlemen.
The lifts. Let me put in all the things you guys have collected.
Mm.
with the access code put in, and also your ID cards, you're able to go into the lift. I'm assuming, Chief, that you know how to fix this.
Of course I do.
So, after a bit of finagling, you guys managed to cobble together the repair parts for the lift. After, especially Kanan seeing how it's connected in order to power the barrier from earlier, and you are then transported to downstairs. Wait, where'd Roger's token
I was
go?
about to say, where's Roger?
Are you-
I've apparently vanished.
Hold up, I got you.
I'm going to make an attempt to fix this.
How about now?
Yes.
Hold on. You will most likely see me disconnect. I am going to reconnect. But I can see Rattles' screen from here.
Okay.
So if you would like to continue, we can still continue.
Okay.
I don't want you to have to wait.
You guys, after a bit of tension, go down the lift, and when the elevator door dings and slide opens, it seems that you are taken to what looks like to be a more advanced laboratory floor. This time lined to the brim with more guards.
Why is there
and-
two Rogers?
There are two Rogers.
Oh man, he must have. It must have lag spawned. Sorry. There you
Philip, I
go.
don't feel so good.
Halt. Let us see your identifications and stand ready for purification.
He's gonna give him his ID card.
Well, we'll do the same with his.
You see, some of the guards apparently know enough radiant magic, and they put their hands over your bodies using some magic in order to wash over you with radiant energy, seemingly coating your suits with it. Alright, clear. Now steer clear out of the hallways in case a test subject comes through. So, speak of the devil. Alright, make way. They're coming through. You see two guards escorting what looks to be a small little child that's in chains and also looking quite out of it.
Oh.
Kanan, you notice a familiar bracelet on her.
Oh.
He doesn't react.
Wait, is this like baby Sedna?
Yeah.
Is it? You see the guard just kind of rudely bumps past you, Kanan.
He doesn't react, and he's just staring, like, almost, venomously, I guess.
You see the small girl walks by as you can hear her muttering. Big brother?
He's gonna raise an eyebrow.
And you just hear one of the guards just kind of scoff and just goes like, "Poor drugged out little tyke. Been muttering nonsense ever since."
Is that how you treat all your patients?
Did I ask you?
No, but I'm asking you.
It goes like, we're doing what we're told. We're bringing the experiment over to the next procedure. Now
Experiment.
mind your own business, doctor.
What procedure are you doing on a kid?
That's our business to know.
You could at least treat her a little better than putting her in cuffs.
Better than having her without. You don't believe what this little thing can do.
Oh, I believe.
You see that she kind of wanders backwards a little bit and seemingly falls over from being seemingly quite out of it for some reason. Her eyes look kind of hazy. It's like, get up.
Roger's gonna go over to help her up. Just like, hey, alright?
She kind of blushes and says, "You're like a prince."
He sort of chuckles a bit and is like, I guess so.
Mama said my prince would look kind of like you when she left me here.
Mama left you here?
I think so. I can't think right now. The pills calm me down a little bit, I think.
Roger looks over at each of the guards.
They said that if I speak to it for 30 more seconds today, I get to eat something better.
Speak to what?
It.
Enough. Move. You see, they kind of just drag her by the chains.
Must be so proud of being so barbaric to a child.
He goes, like, yeah, well, it doesn't get an opinion on this matter.
Oh boy.
Kanan's gonna trip one of the guards with his tail.
Ugh. You see, with a large clang, him in his all metal armor just falls over and just goes like, "You filthy little."
Touch him and you will regret it.
And he goes like, "You think you have authority here, filthy little bodyguard?"
He's my medical assistant. So yes, he very does have much authority. Do you wish for me to report you to your higher ups?
For what? Doing our jobs?
No, mistreating your guests.
Charge.
Roger's gonna partially hide behind Fulmouth, and he is going to point at one of these guards. And he's gonna cast a message.
Okay. What's the message?
He's going to say it like essentially in sort of a whisper, but it's just like, you know what you've done.
What was that? The hell was that?
And he's gonna do the same thing to the other guard.
Well, what the fuck's going on? Did you hear that? And you see the guards just kind of looked at each other, all confused.
He's going to look at the first guard. He's gonna try to do this again.
You're gonna use what?
He's gonna try to do message again.
Okay, what's the message again?
Child killer.
Wow. Do you see they kind of just bat away at the air? It just goes like, "You responsible for this? What the hell was that?"
Roger's gonna look at him. What are you talking about?
Been around this crap for too long.
Perhaps,
You need to lay off.
perhaps
Sorry,
they're
go on.
perhaps they're afflicted with the necrotic energy. They might need to go under intense treatment.
I'm not coughing up any black lung.
No, but it appears you are showing
Seem to have
delusions.
hallucinations.
Oh, yes. One of the very symptoms of this affliction.
Right? Oh no.
Let's see. You're not exactly lying. So,
Oh no. Oh no.
yeah, just roll for persuasion, I guess, since you're not exactly lying, so it's not a really deception.
Okay. Can Roger help on that persuasion roll there?
Yeah. I mean, you can both roll.
Roger's gonna look at the guy and be like, "Are you sure you ain't been coughing nothing up?" And he's gonna look, like he's gonna kind of gesture to the guy's hands, and he's gonna cast prestidigitation to make it look he's got the black stuff on his hands.
With that, I'm gonna say that's a +5 the Mel's roll then with that presentation help. And you sounded like, what? No, I didn't even cough.
I mean, it doesn't. This stuff kind of you don't really know always if you're doing it,
You see
doctor.
the guards that say, quarantine him.
The other one seems to be exuding the same kind of symptoms. You might want to take him under custody as well.
It says, what, hey, no! They go under your authority as chief medical examiner, and with the fucking whisperings, they don't want to also be accused, so they instead use these guys as patsies. They take them away towards the lift.
And just to fuck with him a little more, the other one who didn't get a second message, Roger's just going to point at him and say, "She would be ashamed of you."
Oh my god.
Just to fuck with him a little bit. It's good.
He's like, stop that! They're responsible for this, I know they are! Meanwhile, they're just dragged away into the lift as Sedna is just kind of sprawled on the floor.
Palmer just picks her up from the floor.
It looks like she's wearing a small little like medical gown.
Yeah, all right, little one.
Easy now.
And Roger's gonna look at Thomas and be like, can you do that thing get poison out of someone's system?
I'm sorry?
Can you do that thing that gets poison out of someone's system?
Yes, though I don't have a lot more power left. If we run into any trouble, I'll have like nothing spent left.
It's okay, mister. They said the pills make me better. I don't hear people's thoughts as much anymore.
Kanan is going to break off a piece of the elvish bread.
Palmer's using 5 points from lay on hands pool to remove poison.
Okay, one at a time. So first the bread. She takes a look at it and goes like, "Is that food?"
Yeah, it's food. It's really good.
I can have it,
Yeah.
but I didn't do anything good today.
Well,
You don't gotta do nothing good for food, darling.
Okay.
Food is a right, not a privilege.
Roger's just
She-
petting her head at this point. Like,
She takes the little piece of bread, and at first she just kind of dryly eats into it, almost expecting it to be tasteless or stale. But eventually her eyes kind of have some life return to it as she continues eating it. That was good.
he'll break off another piece for her to eat.
I don't eat stuff like this often.
wow.
I usually eat the tube food.
The what food?
The men in armor put me in a chair and I get fed magical energy. I think they said.
Palmer just grimaces.
Roger's gonna get out the mirror that he's got. He just wants to hold it up and try to see if he can see anything about Sedna with it.
You view Sedna as others view her, and you just see a mouthpiece. and it becomes clear to you that they seem to be using her as a means to communicate with the Black Void due to her abilities.
Damn it.
Does Greater Restoration, like, cure her of whatever has gotten her drugged out?
You can try.
That's what Falm is trying to use lay on hands for, if there's any sort of like poison or anything.
You put 5 points of lay on hands on her, and you see she seems to yawn a bit before she brightens up just a little. What was that, mister?
Well, as a paladin, I do have some healing ability. Not as effective as a cleric, but at least I can remove some things that might be afflicting.
You see she continues to eat the elvish bread while she listens to Falmouth. Thank you, mister. I feel less dizzy.
I'm glad to hear it.
I think I have to go to my classes now.
Roger's gonna look over the other ones, other people in the group, and just like, I think that classes ought to be canceled for today.
You see she looks over to Kanan and looks up at you. You look kind of like me, too.
He is going to smile and he's gonna crouch down and kind of just give her a hug. And
I
then
feel warm.
he is going to take the bracelet that said been made for and put it around her wrist.
What's this?
It's a good luck charm.
Completing the loop, I see you.
Hmm.
Good luck charm?
Yeah, it'll help keep you safe. If you wish on it real hard.
Will I get to be a princess one day?
Well, maybe. We'll see. If you work at it real hard, maybe you can be a real princess.
Roger is going to pat her on the head and just be like, darling, you're already a princess.
Oh, Winston, go away!
She smiles and kind of lightly blushes.
Oh, ow!
Thank you, Mr. Prince.
Roger's gonna look at her, and Roger is going to open his fucking mouth and say, Prince Roelio.
Rogelio?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good name. You see the sentinels now moving forward, and it just goes like, experiment personnel, report to classroom.
Roger's gonna look at the others like, are we really gonna let... Are we gonna let that happen?
I have to go now, misters. But thank you for playing with me.
Can we change any of this?
I don't think we
I don't
can.
think we can.
They could always try.
If we do try and change it, it could actually make things even worse, unfortunately.
You see the girl sadly walks off, hand in hand with the large golem.
You can watch that. You can watch that.
What's your name?
Said no.
Hope to see you again, said no.
I hope I see you again too, mister.
It's Kanan.
Kanan?
Kanan, yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Hmm.
And you see the golem and guards just kind of rush her along before she could continue.
Ooh, that'll annoy the shit out of them.
They're just using her to talk to whatever that thing is.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So why are we letting it happen?
Because we can't change history.
Do you know that? Do we know that for sure?
Do you want to fuck with time? Do you really want to go that route?
Do you want to leave her behind again?
No, I
Do you
don't.
think we want to?
Alecris just laughing inside Kanan's mind just goes like, sweetest little Sedna.
You shut up.
What? I'm serious. She was always one of my favorites.
Favorite
Tell me.
what?
Favorite amongst the sons and daughters.
What did you do to her?
Nothing. It is our dear grandmother who wisely chose to give her to these individuals to help cultivate her abilities.
And then she abandoned her.
Not abandoned. Left for her to survive and grow stronger.
That's-
which she did.
Abandoning. Granddad.
Well, in turn, she still grew strong from it, so what's the bother? Didn't you grow much stronger from leaving your parents?
I didn't leave my parents. They left me. To
Same
my aunt
difference.
and uncle. Whatever.
Regardless, she is a talented child and a potential candidate should you fail me.
Go to hell.
Already been there, my child. And it's quite lovely once you join us.
Yeah. No way.
Roger, you feel, even though you know the reasoning behind it, you feel small feelings of guilt still as you watch the little girl walk away with the robot.
No, it's not just guilt.
Anger.
Oh yes, no, he is pissed. Rogers is on the edge of making questionable decisions.
Oh no.
Roger.
And that's where we're gonna have to end it here for now, though, since it is getting late for you guys. Yeah. I would go longer, but, you know, tomorrow's a work day.
Mm-hmm.
For who?
Me?
Well, me and Blaze and...
Me?
I think... Yeah.
Get new jobs.
I work as a teacher. I can't.
Unfortunately, job market's rough, so I still gotta work for a racist white guy.
Yeah.
But, good job today, everybody.
You-
Still more to go with this section. Hope you guys have been enjoying it so far.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Molten Host could stop being shit at inopportune times, that would be great. In the meantime, I'll look into Forge as a potential option to move the server to. But, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say in between this time, even though it's not a long rest, if you guys would like to take a short rest, you can.
But I don't really get anything back from short rest, sadly.
Yep, but, you know, the option is there.
I know, paladins only get their shit back from the long rest, which sucks.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you
don't
guys
get
are
any-
pretty powerful.
Roger will take the short rest.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just don't get anything on hands for emergency healing since we have, like, no dedicated healer.
Oh, you do
But
have
better
potions.
utilize potions.
Yep, there are potions, and also the group can be a bit more careful. I also love, by the way, how the main strategy for this team and the time when you guys work the most well together is when you're gaslighting the shit out of somebody.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, okay?
Literally, that's this group. You guys lied to the spiders. You guys lied to, like, the fucking vampire receptionist, and, like, the list
We don't
goes
just
on.
lie to people. Half the time we lie to them and then set them on fire. We just haven't hit the fire part yet in this round.
What do we?
Which is amazing considering we have a wizard with fireball.
What do we?
What you say?
What do I use for the HP? Is it D10?
For fighter, yes, D10.
Oh right, you're a fighter now. Fuck. Sorry.
What? I'm not a
Damn.
fighter.
You know, me and Mel still say that joke even when you're not around, Shrine. It's become that ingrained.
Yep.
I do it sometimes to rattle.
Yep. Sometimes.
Yes, sometimes.
All the time.
Delicious hit die. Thomas! Wow, I didn't know that could also be a thing for hit die. Nice.
Roger is not
Alright, that's
happy.
enough for me.
Okay. Sorry, how many dice are you using, Roger?
What dice do I use? Shit.
You use
Excuse me.
D8s as a bard.
Bless you, Mel.
Thank you.
Wait, what are we doing?
Short rest
there's-
lets you Short rest lets you
Oh.
use hit die to heal a bit.
Okay.
You say how many hit dice you're going to use, and then you roll many dice of the type.
How do I do the roll on hit die? It's been a hot second.
Yeah.
If you go to the top right of your character sheet, there's like a thing that says long rest and short rest. Click the short rest, and then there's gonna be a die. A die button at the bottom, and it'll just roll it for you.
Okay, I
Yeah.
see.
Players helping each other, yay! Is that the
Really?
sound that-
Really?
Or- And that's not the sound that plays when you hit a 1 on anything, is it?
No, it should not be.
Okay, because that was perfectly timed to where I was
Yes,
saying,
no,
No,
same.
that's
roll
just fucking
sound?
Mel, I'm pretty sure.
But what's that?
Oh my
Uh-huh.
god.
You're
You
a
can't even-
liar. I can
You
hear
can't
it in
even
your
say
voice.
that without the audible smile on your face.
Right?
Is that the Roblox sound?
No.
I think we'll do one more.
It's not. It's the Messiah sound.
It is the Messiah
Okay.
sound. There is an entire documentary on where that sound came from and all of the weird copyright issues with it.
Oh,
You
boy.
are
Crazy
not.
ass dude.
You are not humping my leg. I will kick your ass. We are
Give
not
him a
doing
pillow.
that. We are not
I ain't
doing
even
that.
anywhere near you, Kanan.
We are not gonna do that. Okay? We're not gonna do that.
Remembers that one time Kanan was chasing him?
Mm-hmm.
I need to look at that. Jesus. Is that from Duck Hunt?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. I thought I remembered it. But yes, Tiny Sedna. Very cute. So sad.
I thought you were gonna do something else with that character.
Bournemouth
What do you
is
mean?
pissed.
Don't worry about it.
Do something else.
Don't worry about it.
Paul and Roger are extremely conflicted right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bournemouth is upset and pissed because he's like he does not want to leave her behind, but it's like they don't really have an option.
At the very least, you know.
Ew, Red
She-
Rocket. Ew. No. No, get off my lap.
At the very least, she has a brighter future. You know, aside from Roger literally stabbing her in the ribs in the future.
Yeah.
Look. It got us out of there. It got her to where we could get her down and get her to calm down.
I also love how you two completed the loop, by the way. Shrine and Mel with the friendship bracelet and the fucking Rogelio.
I had to. Like, look.
I guess you can take out her bracelet in my inventory now.
Or am I?
I don't know, are you?
It's
So,
like that.
the way it works is that you technically still have it. It's just now there's a spatial distortion anomaly with her
Hmm.
having the bracelet too to complete the loop.
There was a time travel story that I remember reading that had that with a pocket watch.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know the one you're talking about. I think I remember reading something about it. Yeah.
I think it was like it's sort of like a time travel romance, and the lady gave him a pocket watch.
Was it
But he
Time
gave-
Traveler's Wife?
No, it wasn't Time Traveler's Wife because this was an older movie.
But Yeah. So what was the thing you thought I was gonna do with Sedna?
I thought it was a Shara.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I think that would have been even more fucked up because it's just like, so Kanan, you married a test subject,
Mm.
but
I
no,
mean,
thankfully it's not a Shara.
so I'm guessing that Liliana Stoneheart is someone who is significant to Paul.
Nope.
Is she? The one significant to Paul would be the medical
Grandfather.
officer, which sadly did not make it out of this.
And that sucks because he would love to run back up that lift and make a change, but he knows if he does, that changes a lot of stuff.
Irrevocable change. Also, now Paul knows why he doesn't hear much about his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Found it somewhere in time. It was a 1980s film,
Oh, okay.
and I remember the way the dude went back in time was through hypnosis.
The fuck?
Yeah, basically he made sure that he had everything that was time appropriate, and he had the concept that it would be something that would be a possibility that he could potentially go back in time through mental power alone, and he manages to do that and has this like relationship with this girl with this there's this whole thing where she gives this pocket watch back to him later, and essentially like the thing that fucks him up is that at some point he pulls out like coins out of his pocket, and one of them is a penny with a 1979 mint date on it, which breaks the hypnotic suggestion and sends him back into the present.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
No, I suppose that's not any crazier than that one movie Hugh Jackman did where he played literally Leopold from history and time travels to the future and falls in love with Kate Winslet, I think. You that or
Yes,
I don't remember the
yes.
actress's name. Oh,
Yeah, no,
my God.
we watched this in one of my classes in high school, and I actually really enjoyed it. Like, it was a decent story. Oh, happy.
Marie Butter. Is there anything more satisfying? My favorite part was the ending, because it was fucking so ill-advised of a decision made by that lady.
So long, gay boys.
Oh my god, it's Mr. Wang from freaking The Hangover. I love Ken Jeong. But
You and
yes.
your duck sound.
But yes, fortunately, I'm not gonna traumatize Kanan's past anymore by making a Shara a test subject.
Okay.
But, I mean, if it's any consolation to you guys gave Sedna a brighter future.
This is not a consolation to Roger.
It's the only thing he's holding on to right now. Unless he makes some unwise decisions.
Roger, he might. He just might.
Oh boy.
I'm like,
Almost
boys,
gets
stop.
it, but he's like, we can't. We literally can't because it can make things even worse for her later on.
If only people could watch Back to the Future in D&D. But, yes.
Why watch it when you can play it?
Oh, God.
Maybe if I ever do a sci-fi campaign one day.
You should make that the next heist one shot.
I mean, there were plans, so I'm still planning about it. Now, for the next session, are you guys going to be free on the 11th? Because unfortunately on the 4th...
No.
Oh, wait, not 11th, that's Friday. Fuck me. I mean the 12th.
Hold on, what time did they have me working till Rattles?
No. The 12th of April, Shrine.
Oh.
We won't know until the 4th.
Yeah, we won't know until the 4th.
That's fine. Just let me know until then. So we could tentatively put it on the 12th for now. If that's okay for everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would put it on the 5th, but unfortunately, I have a dentist appointment, and it's gonna be a pretty extensive one.
And I'm guessing the 29th also doesn't work. No worries.
Oh, but the 29th?
That's this coming Saturday.
Oh yeah, no. Unfortunately, no. I need some more time.
Yeah, and it's not gonna work for us either because we do got. I have to work till 8, I think.
Oof.
Which, frankly, since I do .com, I even told Shrine I was like, if I ever get scheduled to 8 for .com on a Saturday, I'm just gonna get a call on my phone. I don't even give a fuck.
I mean, by that
We
that
talk to
point in
people all the time when we're running.
Everybody is on their phones anyway, and by the time that like the game starts,
We're just doing handoffs.
orders will have already been completed. It's just with
Yeah.
customers getting their items, like just delivery at that point.
Damn.
Because we stopped getting orders at like 5:30.
Yeah, the online orders stop at 5:30, and then customers have up to 7:30 to pick up their orders. And so, for those of us who get scheduled to 6 or 8, it's generally just literally sitting in the back or walking around the store, bum fucking around, just waiting for handoff calls.
Damn.
Which, when you've had a very busy day, is nice.
Yeah, bring some board games.
Most of us just sit on our phones or talk.
Play some Battleship.
Battleship.
I know.
Doesn't Mel kick your ass in that game?
I think she won the majority of the games when she visited. Yes, I think I won one, though I don't remember for sure.
That means you definitely lost.
It's always the fucking schooner, okay? Like it's a little hard. It's the damn schooner. Like it's a little hard to find 2 slots on the damn board.
Get good.
Yeah,
Better
I mean, I
echo
got
location.
everything else. It was the schooner that was holding me up.
That's hilarious.
And like we all know Battleship, after you hit the corners, if they're not there, it's all like fucking free. Like
Yep, there it is.
now. Okay, so tentatively the 12th. I'll let you guys know if anything happens with my dental appointment. Maybe we can do the 5th, but I guess we'll have to wait till the 4th to find out Rattles and Shrine's schedule.
Yep.
Okay.
Assuming I
all
haven't
right.
killed our director and just made our own schedules.
Okay.
Because who? Boy, am I ready to.
You love that song, man. Isn't that the same guy who did all those other like popular Indian songs?
I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. But yes, I will see you guys on the 12th and maybe the 5th. So keep us posted, Shrine and Rattles. Let me know.
Yep.
If there's anything you guys need edited on your sheet, let me know. And yeah, fuck Molten hosting for yesterday. Okay, Mel.
Get the fuck out of here.
I am going to take revenge in our session.
Good night, guys.
Thank
Alright.
you.